You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide.
What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. Court is in session. The honorable slap of mother effer is here. The Diddy, the Diddy Daily, the Daily Diddy, Diddy Day 8. Well, today we got the special agent back on the scene. I'm just getting into the office. Excuse me for being late. It's Diddy Day 8. We got special agents still on the stand today testifying about what they found in Miami. We got some sketches today to do during lunch. There won't be a live tomorrow, but I will be trying to update us, and I might do a short live off of my phone for Kid Cudi taking a stand if we don't get Kid Cudi today. Friday, there won't be a live because, as you know, my itinerary permits me to travel internationally, so I'll be in Rome. And yeah, right now it looks like one or two things are going to happen. Either Diddy's going to get life or Diddy's going to get about 30 or 40 years. But that's not up for us to decide. All I'm going to do is read off the evidence that is coming straight from the court. Everything that we're reading is just what's happening in the courtroom. If you have an issue with what I'm reading, please contact the Southern District of New York and go to the federal building. I have no control over what CNN and inner city press is putting out. Will there be reenactments during this? Yes, there definitely will. Am I trying to offend anybody? No. Am I trying to entertain you all? Yes. Am I trying to give you all of the details? Yes. Am I a lawyer? No. So please, don't take your frustration out with me because all I'm doing is giving you the opinion, and I'm going to find the statutes for each one of those laws, and I'm going to say, hey, this is why I believe this. But hey, you don't have to take my word for it. Bruce Rivers, go ahead and let them know what we got before we can get a catch up on what's been happening in the courtroom today.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of the sex act. You know, that's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the three charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know, federal court goes a lot quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted like 6 or more months. It was insane how long that lasted. Never would happen in federal court, ever. Federal court would tell you, you got 3 weeks to try this case. See you later. I'm in one right now. I'm in a federal RICO case right now.
Well, there you have it. The three things that Diddy is being charged with. Well, it's 5 counts, but the three things that are the main ones: the RICO, the racketeering conspiracy. Well, we got all of that, and yesterday we found out that there was a little bit of extortion also. Diddy extorted Cassie's mom and dad for $20,000. So we have that. Then we got the transportation to engage. We just heard yesterday from the Punisher. He went to multiple, well, I don't know if he went to multiple places, but he said 10 to 12 times or 8 to 12 times. And then we got the ex trafficking. Cassie just being at a freak off, whether she was consenting or not. Even if Cassie consented, you still can't pay someone to do that. So there you go. Let's go ahead and get a little catch up on what's been going on today. Special agent is on the stand. If you'd like to know where we're getting all of our information from, on Twitter or x.com, Inner City Press, he has the updates. This is where we get all of our dialogue from. Then we got CNN updates, who gives us the nitty gritty of what he put. And we also have an expert coming in today to talk to us about the same thing she talked about when R. Kelly was on trial. We here though. Hit those like buttons, hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna catch us up real quick. So this beginning part will be a little bit faster, just for us to get caught up. And then once we get there, we'll be sitting around waiting for updates. But that's all lovely. That's all fine and dandy. What up, OT? Realist is in the chat. What up, Angela, Angie, Lee, James, Heber. What up, Rock? Rock talking about we're gonna have to send smoke signals. You might as well send the whole blunt with you, because smoke ain't gonna do it. What up, Winter? Dannon, Rashonda. All right, we good. We good. We gonna roll on in here. We gonna get caught up. Let's see what we got. Combs is in the courtroom. What does food wear today? Diddy is now in the courtroom, and the lawyers for both sides are engaged with the judge. Back up. The jury is not in the courtroom yet. I would just call him Gerard Gannon, the special agent in charge from the 2024 March raid. He's expected to resume testimony today. We heard about the two AR-15s. The two AR-15s that were serial numbers wiped off. So we got that information, which is a federal offense. Those carry up to 5 years apiece. So that's 2 guns, 10 years, falls up under the RICO. But the whole RICO charges was going to be like the enhancer to give them a life sentence. So if they can get enough charges up under the RICO, you put that with the ex trafficking, with the transportation, yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to throw that book at them. But I don't even think they're going to throw the book at them. I think what they're going to do is walk the book over to them, hand it to them, and say, here you go, enjoy. The prosecution has indicated Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. So Kid Cudi won't be in the hot seat today. Tomorrow he will be. I'll be giving an update from the airport. Let's see. The prosecutors, I can't even read today. The prosecution just indicated that Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. Yesterday, they said they expected to call Scotty up, the recording artist better known as Kid Cudi. In her testimony last week, she said Diddy was irate when he learned about her briefly dating Cudi. Said they broke it off with Cudi after Combs assaulted her and threatened more violence on her and the rapper. Special agent is back on the stand. This is our boy Gerard. He's on the stand. Jury is entering now. So we aren't too, well, that was an hour ago. All right. Don Hughes, a board certified forensic and clinical psychologist, is going to be in here. She was on 2 other cases. The significant one was R. Kelly that we would have known about. Gave R. Kelly 30 years. The jury sees photos of high heels, shoes, and other items said to be from the closet of Diddy Combs. Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent from March of last year has resumed testimony. The jury is now seeing photos of X toys, pair of red high heels, which they said were 7 inches. Ladies, if you can walk in 7 inches, go ahead and put that 3 in the chat. If you can't walk in 7 inches, you need to go get you some platform heels and get to practicing. 7-inch heels. So they got high heels that Gannon showed them. They were found in the master bedroom closet. Gannon also pulled out some shoes that he says were found in the closet that were displayed to the jury. About 18 pairs of platform high heels were recovered from the home. Maybe Diddy, maybe Diddy was practicing in the high heels. Maybe Diddy was in the high heels, you know? They say, this is just what they say. I wouldn't know because I wasn't a running back or anything. But and they say hockey players do it too. I'm not sure how true it is, but this is just me going off of what I heard. They say they walk around. Oh no, they practice ballet. They don't be in high heels. They practice ballet so they could be nimble on their feet. But maybe Diddy, maybe Diddy was walking in high heels just in case he had to go down the Sean John runway or something. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to get his balance. All right, 18 pairs of platform high heels were recovered. 3 cell phones were found inside the Balenciaga boot. What was on those 3 cell phones? 3 cell phones were found inside a Balenciaga boot. Gannon testified. Other cell phones were seized from a bedroom in the house, according to a stipulation read in court. Gannon began testifying yesterday about other items he says was found in the closet, including personal lubricant, lingerie, upper and lower receivers of AR-15s. Gannon said the search was tied to human trafficking investigation he was assigned to, the trafficking group at the time. Now he was the head also. So what was on that phone in the Balenciaga boot? Agents said they found drugs in a Gucci bag during the search. A Gucci bag in the closet contained an assortment of pills, white powder, a crystal rock-like substance. I was all right with hearing drugs. They had Molly, they had cocaine, but a crystal rock-like substance in a plastic straw. I don't know if you guys know what you do with a plastic straw and a rock. All you need is a spoon and a lighter, and you got a complete set of your mama smoked crack rock. $100 bill that was rolled up. I don't know we don't know what the crystal rock like substance is, but there's a plastic straw in there also. $100 bill. Maybe they're using the plastic straw for the white powder, but the crystal rock like substance. The only way you're gonna be able to break that down is you got to melt that crystal. You got to just know you need to put it in a spoon and just get a lighter, and you can go look up the rest. You apply a little bit of heat, the crystal rock starts to turn into a liquid, and you could either shoot it up or you could do some other stuff with it. But it's a it's a crystal rock like substance. The powder and the residue from the straw tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. All right. Okay. They were using the straw for something else. We still don't know what this crystal rock like substance was. The straw was tested for cocaine and ketamine, according to a stipulation read in court. The residue on a $100 bill tested positive for the same cocaine and ketamine. No one tested this crystal rock like substance. A bottle of eye drops found in a bag tested positive for MDMA. So it wasn't an eye bottle dropper. So what they're doing with the MDMA, because you can get it in liquid form or you can get it in pill. Now, when it comes to like pills and certain things of that nature, MDMA, ecstasy, the reason those are so dangerous because they do put fentanyl in them. Same with the cocaine, but with like the pills, they do put that in there. But when you make your pills, you have different strands. You can make you can do ecstasy off of cocaine. You can do ecstasy made off of crack. You can do cocaine made off of heroin. So that's why MDMA and all of that is so deadly. I mean, it does keep you up, and you normally pass out from the dehydration, but that's why those drugs can be so dangerous because you don't know what they're actually mixing it with when they're compressing them down because they're making all of these. Unless you're talking about the cartel, the cartel's doing it on such a big scale. They probably got machines and factories. But a lot of these people are making these pills on their own. They're pressing them up on their own with the blue dolphin. That was just an indicator of whose product it was. You know what I mean? So then you would have knockoffs, and then you would go into all that extra stuff. But we're not here to discuss drugs and like how the substances affect the body or anything. I just know a little bit about this stuff. But um, the bottle of eye drops, what they're doing with the MDMA, it's just liquid form. So instead of popping a pill, because let's say you got 10 pills. If you have the liquid form of MDMA, you can carry those 10 pills in one bottle. It's not gonna make no noise, and it's a little inconspicuous. And you can just 2 or 3 drops on the tongue. Boom, that liquid form is going straight to the system. The body got to process the pill version. So when you put it in the liquid form, drop, you going straight at it. I'm talking about 0 to 1 thou wow. Yeah, I'm talking about from no freak off to move your body, girl. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about all night. But let's continue on. So a bottle of eye drops found in a bag tested positive from MDMA, ketamine, according to the stipulation. Various tablets tested positive for MDMA. So there's a lot of pills around here. According to the stipulation, other tablets tested positive for alprazolam. Damn, we over here in a goddamn chemist class, which is an active ingredient in Xanax. I took some Xan before. Some tested positive for ketamine and alprazolam, and others tested positive for methamphetamine and MDMA. Methamphetamine. Well, there you guys go. That crystal-like substance um, was more than likely meth, not crack, because they said it tested positive for methamphetamine. So right now we got MDMA, we got cocaine, we got ketamine, we got Xanax, uh, and we got meth, and we got meth. So it wasn't just yeah. I mean, what up, Nina? There you guys go. So the crystal rock like substance, we're gonna go ahead and say that was the meth. I mean, that's Diddy for you. What LeBron say? Ain't nothing like a Diddy party. Ain't nothing like a Diddy party. All right, the jury sees more photos from items found during the 2024 search of Combs' home. The jury is seeing more photos taken during the March 24th raid. Um, Not March 24th, but March 24th. The images shown in court include photos of boxes filled with bottles of baby oil, personal lubricant that recovered from a closet. 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of lubricant were found in a closet. Gannon said he was the special agent in charge. We know that. In the master bedroom, agents found a box of adorned with a gold plate bearing the inscription Puff. A box adorned with a gold plate bearing inscription of Puff in there. Yeah, Puff the Magic Dragon. Gannon testified MDMA capsules containing the active ingredient in mushrooms were recovered inside the box. The jury saw photos. Now, remember they were arguing about the docket and why they've been getting out at 3 o'clock? They're starting to release all of these photos and stuff to the public. That's what they were fighting for last week when they ended early. They also found a loaded 45 found in the guard shack. Special agent testifies a loaded 45 was recovered from a suitcase in a room in the property's guest house. Special agent Gannon said, as a guard shack. On the witness stand, Gannon held up the evidence bag filled with bullets recovered from the firearm. The defense's team is beginning to cross-examine the special agent. Prosecutors have finished questioning the special agent, and Tina, the head lawyer, is about to cross. All right, we don't need to know about Don right now. 6 people were at Combs's beach house when the search started, special agent says. 6 people were at Diddy's home, a music producer's property manager, and other facilities personnel were put in handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. Gannon, who was a special agent in charge on the ground, confirmed the music producer was not identified by name. No weapons, paraphernalia were recovered on any of the people because they were just working. They ain't had nothing to do with these free calls. All right, so they already got the special agent out of here. Let's see what they said. The special agent confirms that AR rifles found in Combs' closet were dismantled and unloaded. So, they weren't active, but still being in possession of a firearm with the serial number scratched off is illegal. Defense attorney Tina asked the special agent to confirm that the 2 AR rifles recovered from the closet were dismantled and not loaded. So they're not even, the defense isn't even trying to say that the weapons weren't his. They're just like, they weren't loaded, were they? They weren't fully put together. But that doesn't matter. Being in possession of a weapon that's defaced is illegal. So let's see what we got over here on Inner City Press. See if we got some conversation. I guess that's all they asked really was the guns loaded, because they're not trying to have a loaded defaced weapon because that adds on. They got Diddy in the court wiping his tears away. There's Diddy in court today, guys. I'm assuming this is Brian Steele over here. I'll give Elizabeth Williams credit. She doing this pretty damn quickly. All right, here we go. We're all caught up. So now what we're about to do is do a little bit of backtracking. I'm gonna try to speed it up a little bit. Also, I'll do a little bit of reenactment. But the doctor's about to take the stand, and they ain't doing no breaks this early in the morning. So we're just gonna have to go with what we got. Please get the witness back in. Check on the jury. Jury is entering. Let's continue with the items you seize. High heels, X items. All right, let's see what he said. The Gucci bag, a white plastic bottle, liquid residue of meth. So, hey, we pieced that together. So it is confirmed on the stand that liquid meth was at the house. These pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. Oh, okay. So it's saying that these pills were found with a so these pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. These had the active ingredient of Xanax. This $100 bill had residence of cocaine, Mr. Gannon. What's this? That there is a dark wooden box with the word Puffy on top. How do you know that this Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized, how many bottles was it? 31 Astroglide, 25 bottles of baby oil. Any cell phones found? Yes. Page 3, paragraph 11. Was a gun in a suitcase? Yes. A Colt 45 and 2 zigzags. Hold the bullets up so the jury can see them. No further questions. All right, defense, you want to cross? The day you did the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with the twin daughters. Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar. So they go up front. Now, remember, they did say that they were waiting for Diddy and his kids to leave. They knew he was going out the country, and they didn't want to have to confront him because they were thinking Diddy might go out guns blazing. And rightfully so. This is just a PSA. I'm pretty sure we're all aware of this. If you see a meth head or a crackhead, just go the other way. Don't try to intervene. Don't try to talk sense into them. I had a cousin that was on crack. This is a true story. I had a cousin that was on crack. He was living with us. My cousin was so far gone, I didn't know he was on crack. We were young. But one day, my mama's car came up missing. My mother's car came up missing. And I remember my mom crying. It wasn't a fancy car. I lived a modest life. It was a red Oldsmobile 88. And no, was it that one? Because my dad loved Oldsmobiles. You know, I got a couple Oldsmobile Cutlasses. But my mom had a red Oldsmobile. And one day I just remember my mom crying. Me and my brother not knowing anything. We joking, laughing around. But it was a serious matter. Well, they ended up calling the police and everything. And we're all sitting around the house. And me and my brother still wondering, what's mom crying for? Ha ha ha. We running around. Well, it turns out my cousin stole my mama's car for some crack. He gave these motherfuckers a whole car for some crack. Um, Not to incriminate. Well, you know, definitely not gonna tell you my cousin's name. He's clean now, but keep your distance. But he stole my mama's car. He ended up calling the police. So like 2 or 3 days later, they found the car. It wasn't a nice car. You wasn't really gonna get no money. So this nigga literally stole my mama's car and gave it to him for like 2 crack rocks. They ended up finding my mama's car like 2 or 3 days later. Well, they ended up finding my cousin too. He came back to the house. And let me tell you something. It wasn't a good day for my cousin when my dad got a hold of that nigga. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It wasn't a good day when he came in the house and my dad got a hold of my cousin. Let me just tell you this. In movies, I seen a nigga's feet get lifted up off the ground. Let me tell you something. At about 8 years old, I seen it in person. And I'm telling you, when I seen the Hulk, I seen him in a 5'11", 55-year-old man. When I tell you my dad put a beating on this nigga, I was just a kid. And I was like, damn, I know how my dad get. My dad was lethal with a belt. But I ain't never seen my dad throw no hands. I was just a young boy. But that there is a true story. It wasn't a pretty sight. And now when you hear me say once a junkie, always a junkie, because I witnessed it for firsthand. At that age, I didn't know what a junkie was. And my cousin was cool. He an older cousin, so he's like 10 years, he's probably like 15 years older than me, but he was staying with us at the time. And we used to go down there. And you know, I used to always think the smell was like weed, because you can go through the back, you can go through the laundry room and go out the back door. So I never knew. I always thought he was just smoking weed. I didn't know what the hell he was smoking, but I soon found out when that car came up missing and my mom was crying. And then they called the police. It was like 3 police officers over there. They were doing a report. And well, let me say like 2 or 3 days later, they found the car. And that nigga, I guess he came off of his binge, and it was like a week later, but he came in the house. Oh, it wasn't no talking. I promise you that. It wasn't no talking. All I know is a nigga came through the front door. That nigga was by the back door with his feet off the ground. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But that's a true story, and that's why I say once a junkie, always a junkie. Now he's clean now. I love him, but I I don't know how close I can be around him. So that's that. And of course, he ain't allowed in the house. When he comes over, we let him go to like through the back gate, and he can go onto the patio and shit. But if you gotta use the bathroom, you need to go on down to the gas station or something. Nah, I've lived in Kansas City, man. People sleep on Kansas City, but Kansas City was a hellhole too, man. I'm pretty sure almost every major city is like that, but that's what it is. All right, we had the sidebar. So Tina comes up and says, in planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there. Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Go ahead. The plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies. Okay, you said you found 6 people and you kept them in handcuffs for an hour. No, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us. and wasn't cooperating, so we kept him in handcuffs longer. Tina said, because he wasn't happy with the cuffs? No, he just said we didn't know what this guy was on. What up, Kendall? All right. So now it goes back into the redirect. And wait, the deputy. Oh, so the deputy comes up and say, we may take the sealed exhibit down. So they're taking down the exhibits of people being in handcuffs, I'm assuming. But then Tina asks, Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have guns in their homes? Objection, Your Honor. Rephrase that. Come on, Tina. Rephrase that. How would he know many people have guns in their house? Rephrase it, damn it. Do you have guns in your home? Tina asked. Gannon said yes. Garrigo said no further questions. All right, the judge says, prosecution, do you want to redirect? No, sir. Next government witness. The government calls Dr. Don Hughes. What is your profession? Dr. Don Hughes, clinical and forensic psychological. I can't even speak today. Clinical and forensic psychology. I treated people who were in World War II, which was such an honor. Hey, man, we don't care what honor you had. What is your profession? Hell no, my cousin couldn't. Man, first of all right, so we're just waiting on we're waiting on the doctor to give us some more updates. Man, I live in Germany. You know how many people in my family, oh, we're gonna come and visit you. I lived here 4 years prior to living here. And no one came to visit me in those 4 years. The only people that came to visit me here, well, my brother visited me the first time, but my brother, my nephew, my sister, brother-in-law, and my parents. I got family members so, yeah, I'm gonna come over there and go to one of the football games. They ain't doing it. Everybody talk about it. They ain't gonna. And my that cousin that I'm talking about, he definitely, man, we don't talk like that. We have no communication outside of when we see each other at a family event. Hell no, he ain't coming over here because they got crack out here too. Psychologist Don Hughes is on the stand. Don, a board certified clinical and forensic psychologist, is now on the stand. She's experienced and an expert witness, testified in a 2022 defamation case of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. She also was in the R. Kelly case, and she was also in another cult case. The guy that was in the cult got 120 years. R. Kelly got 30 years. So she's about to explain a lot of stuff of why Diddy did certain things, why Cassie wouldn't leave, why Cassie kept coming back. So she's going to be our expert in this. And it's going to be interesting to see how the defense goes at her. We already know what the prosecution, they're just going to ask the simple questions. Is there a reason why a DV victim would continue to come back? Is there a reason why they believe that they're in love with them? And she's basically going to say, yeah, they're traumatized, all of this. It's going to be the same testimony. Every time she gets on the stand, it's pretty much going to be the same thing. But you just got different jurors. So it's really how she explains it. And if the defense can throw the jurors off by crossing her up on certain things, they're probably going to ask, so you was in the R. Kelly case. You helped out Amber Heard, but that didn't work out because of defamation. Johnny Depp won. So we're going to see all of that. But it's good, though. For those that got off the live a little bit earlier than last night, this is Don Hughes here. She's about to be in the Weinstein case. She's also in Diddy's case. We'll see her today. Here we go. The upcoming court case will not be the first time Hughes played a key role in a dramatic legal saga. At the nexus of celebrity power, in the post Me Too era in recent years, Hughes has taken down. She has taken down. No, she's taken the witness stand in other high-profile cases of actual misconduct trials that drew national attention. We actually went over this and looked at it. Um, when the NXIVM ex-cult leader Keith Rayner went to trial in 2019, Hughes was on hand and explained to the jurors how serial ex-abusers gaslight their victims. He got 120 years for what he had. 2 years later, Hughes testified in R. Kelly's federal trial, telling the jurors that the R&B singer had subjected victims to psychological entrapment. Technically, the same thing as Cassie. Your career is in my hand. She's calling up the parent, or he's calling up the parents. I need $20,000. I'm gonna release an X tape. You can't, the classic saying, if I can't have her, he can't either type shit. So that's what she's gonna get up here and testify. R. Kelly was convicted, 30 years. People ask, how was Diddy on a RICO by himself? R. Kelly got hit with RICO charges by himself. It's just the way the law is. The RICO is very broad, so they can do this. They made it this way so they can get the smallest crime to the largest crime to get the mob. Because just because you aren't doing it doesn't mean you aren't ordering it. So that's how these RICOs are going. And we've already seen a lot of people have turned witnesses. Rayner was found guilty. He had a racketeering charge also. Rayner was found guilty of racketeering, ex-trafficking, and possession of child P. R. Kelly was convicted in 21 on 1 count of racketeering and 8 counts of violating the Mann Act, which is a law that bars transporting people across state lines. Even if Cassie was a willing participant, once they went across state lines and they paid a prostitute, that's when it became ex-trafficking. So everyone's saying, oh, she was willing. Yeah, but according to the law, if you go across state lines and then someone pays for some kind of intercourse, then that's when the ex-trafficking comes in, which we've already proved that the defense has never denied that they have freak offs in multiple cities. They never denied that they were buying escorts in multiple cities. So that's that. Again, we're not here to say Diddy's innocent or guilty. That's the jury's job. All we're doing is reading off the facts, and that's a little bit of background about Don Hughes. Let's get into the courtroom and get into these reenactments. This doctor is horrible when it comes to testifying, Kathy said. Well, I mean, from the 3 trials that we know about her in, she got 150 years. So, however, she may be bad. If being bad is 150 years, if she's good with Diddy, that might be 250, 275. If she's just as good as she was in those other 2 where she got 150 years, then Diddy, you're looking at a lengthy sentence, according to Kathy. According to Kathy, you're looking at a lengthy sentence because Kathy says she's horrible, but we just seen that 2 people she took the stand for were convicted. So if she's any badder than what she was, then Diddy, you might get off with 25 piece. All right, let's see. Says she was humiliated. I didn't really keep up with that trial. Thank you for filling us in, though, Kathy, because I heard about it. You hear the weird parts where she did a number 2 on the bed, but all right, here we go. Oh, prosecution. How many times have you testified in court? Dr. Hughes said, 60 or 75. In the Southern District of New York, the Eastern District of New York, the Northern District, also New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia, the list goes on. They said, we offer Dr. Hughes as an expert. Defense, no objection. All right, good. So let's keep this ball rolling. What do you anticipate covering? Well, I'm here and why victims stay. Memory. This is exactly what I just told you guys. Have you been retained by the government? Yes. What is your hourly rate? $600. 6,000 for the day. Whoa. I might need to become a psychologist. And all I do is just wait for the court to call. So $600 an hour for her to do her research. So you already know, you always, this is just a trick of the trade. You always round up. If you go 1 minute over an hour, you always round that up. So say we were on the live for 3 hours and 10 minutes. No, we were on the live for 4 hours. 4 times 6 is a lot of money, $2,400. Plus, I'll take $6,000 to come in to be on the stand for a day in court. Oh, the number two in the bed was not in this case. Kathy was talking about the Johnny Depp trial. Johnny Depp's ex did the number two on the bed. That was a whole wild trial also, but that was white people shit. We dealing with the black people stuff now. All right, so she charges $600 an hour, $6,000 just to be in court. So they had a sidebar. Tina Garrett goes, oh, that's the other one. All right, cool. Oh, you got to, man. All right, here go the psychologist. I think they just gave us the, excuse me, she's the 11th witness. Oh, Hughes is the 11th witness called to the stand by the prosecution. She's being questioned by assistant U.S. attorney, Attorney Steiner. On the stand, Hughes said her experience is unique because she almost always had training in trauma. She said she started working at a domestic violence survivor program in graduate school. The judge qualified Hughes as an expert witness in clinical and forensic psychology, specializing in trauma and traumatic stress. It's routine for an expert witness to answer questions about their credentials and experience before they're qualified at trial. Hughes is expected to testify about why victims in general remain in relationships, how victims cope in such relationships, why they engage in delayed disclosure, and the effect of trauma in their memory. The judge previously ruled Hughes cannot testify about certain topics, including the idea of coercive control, nor can she speak about the credibility of an accuser in this case. All right, including the ideas. So she can't say that they're coercing Cassie. They can't talk about anything on that. She can just say, this is why this does this. But you can't say it's forcing you to do anything. We do this every day, man. Hi, I'm the Honorable Judge Modi J. Some of you may know me as the Mo You Know. I do live streams covering the Diddy trial from day one to day 8. Here we are. We're roughly at 50 hours total coverage. And for the last 8 days, I've been getting on here and people have been joining the live, and my channel is growing, and I appreciate each and every one of you. So, what I would like for you to do is hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel and hit the like button, because every day I have to get on here and say, guys, let's get the likes up. I don't want to have to say that. Just come in here and hit the like. But if hitting the like button is, a little complicated, you don't know where the like button is. If you're in the chat right now, at the very top, pinned in the chat, there's a link and you click on it. It says Cash App. When you go in there, you're going to press the 1, no decimals, and then you're going to put 00. So it's going to be 100. And at the bottom of the screen, it's a green button that says send. So you can do that, or you can hit the like button. The like button is cheaper and it's quicker. Back to the case. All right. Hughes says she was here to provide the jury with information about domestic violence and traumatic stress. Psychologist Don Hughes said to testify as a blind expert and will provide the jury with some information about domestic violence, R word, X assault, and traumatic stress. Hughes testified she has not assessed she has not assessed any of the victims or witnesses in this case, nor has she interviewed anyone connected to the case. She said she has seen some press coverage of the case, but she has not been following what's been happening in court. She testified she's being paid $600 an hour for her work and $6,000 a day for her testimony in court. So if I was her, I'd be taking it nice and slow on the stand. I'd have the defense draw this on out. We're gonna get 2 days out of here. Walk home with a little 12 piece. Okay. State's attorney Steiner said, "Why do victims stay? There are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse. What are the levels of fear? It ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't happen all the time. So the levels of fear could go from butterflies, which butterflies can be good sometimes, all the way up to physical violence, which I think that would be the extreme. But violence doesn't have to happen all the time. What is, in your expert opinion, what is psychological violence? And don't give us the medical terminology for it. Please explain it in your own words. Dr. Hughes said, intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can and can't do, where you can and can't go. Objection, Your Honor. Hold on. I'm going to strike that last answer. Hold on. Hold on. Prosecution, you're cutting it. You're cutting it close today. Dr. Hughes, I already warned you one time. You've been up here. Let's act like you've been here. Let's have some decorum. All right. The defense called out that objection. We're going to strike that where you can and can't go. We're going to take that out of there. But intimidation, throwing things, and telling you what you can and can do and where you can't go is going to be strike. So intimidation and throwing things are psychological violence. Well, I don't think throwing things would be psychological because if you get hit, well, I guess if it doesn't hit you, then it would be psychological. It's like, like you guys can't hear it. I see it, but I recovered. I got hit by a bus when I was in London one time. Had a scar here. That was physical. But imagine a bus riding by you. Whoa, I almost got hit. Psychological. Nah, this is what we got to do because this lady right here, she about to explain it to the jury why Cassie stayed, why she couldn't leave, why she couldn't get away. And this goes for all the victims. This isn't just talking about Cassie. Nah, but that $6K a day is only for when she takes the stand. She gets $600 an hour, but she only gets $6K a day for taking the stand. But I mean, if you work a full 10-hour day, I know every day I'd be working 10 hours, 10 hour, and I'm working during lunch. So make it 11 hours. All right. So we got some ejections early. Uh, and they always say psychology degrees don't pay off. Just a word of wise, just throwing it out there. And this goes for almost anything. Whenever you're looking to do any type of contracting, always try to get you a government contract. Government contracts are paid out. A way to get around them is like, yeah, if you're doing cleaning services and things of that nature, the government is always going to take the lowest price. That's what they always going to do, no matter what. When I was ordering supplies, I had to go in there with 3 quotes and they would always take the lowest price. But the thing about the government, they're going to pay that money. Oh, you ain't got to worry about that. They're going to pay that money. So always try to get you like a government contract, no matter what you're doing. And look and see if government has a contract for it. Try to get that. Undercut, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to play a little dirty and undercut the competition, but you got to get that contract because the government going to pay out. Victims also often stay in abusive relationships, psychologist testifies. She explained that perpetrators often use various abuse methods beyond just physical violence to make victims feel trapped. It's about the power, control that the abuser has over the victim. See, and that's what they got R. Kelly for. If you go back and look at what he got hit with. Um, this is gonna be one of the. We're just gonna be into a lot of, saying technical and by the book answers here. This isn't like um we're not really going to get too much out of this. I mean, of course we're here. So Steiner said, what can be the role of the ex abuse? It puts the victim in a significant psychological fear. Why does it prevent leaving? Dr. Hughes said, shame. That's really it. Degradation, and you don't want to think about it. They don't want to think about leaving because they don't want to get abused. What is emotional abuse? Putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap. What about financial dependency? The abuses controls housing, transportation, taking away her life. Objection, Your Honor. Sustain. Hey, quit talking. You can't talk directly about a person. You can't say taking her stuff away. I mean, yeah, you can't say taking her stuff away. You have to say removing items. Come on, man. Hey, where's it was it Kathy? Kathy, you right, man. She up here. Quit saying taking her. Cassie ain't the victim. Cassie is the witness right now. Like, you got to quit saying her, making her do this. You got to say them. You got to say removing objects, personal material, things of that nature. She talking about taking her laptop away. So you have been following this trial. Oh no, we not getting verified, man. We don't care about being verified. All right, so we just got another objection, and we just waiting. Yeah, I seen that big. They ain't getting no money out of me, man. I pay for my internet. That's verification enough. I ain't got no verification badge, and y'all on here on YouTube with me. I'm definitely not verifying Twitter. I'm paying a monthly. I do my Instagram before I do a Twitter verification. Hell, Twitter, I be getting logged out and they be talking about I'm spamming or to say I did something to violate. I'm like, man, I haven't even tweeted. I made a comment a couple times, but that's it. But then again, um, this this expert is just here to give us an idea why, an idea of what Diddy would do to people. But it's not changing. Even if the defense gets up here and tears her apart, she does terrible. That still doesn't stop the fact that we were just shown two guns with serial numbers scratched off. That's not going to change the fact that we found meth in Diddy's house. That's not going to change the fact that we got escorts in different cities. It's not going to change the fact that not escorted, he extorted Cassie's mom and we got the email and the wire transfer. Nothing that this lady does here is really going to mess up the case, but you're going to see like the Diddy defenders. Oh man, she was terrible, but that was good for Diddy. Like the average age of this jury was like 50 years old. So I'm pretty sure they know whooping ass keeps somebody around. We're just waiting for updates here. We got an objection. Ex abuse is very private harm, psychologist says. Ex abuse is a very private harm, which can make it difficult for a victim to seek help, to leave an abusive relationship. Clinical and forensic psychologist Don testified they experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation. They don't want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it in their own brain. Let me see, 7 minutes. All right, here we go. Steiner said, "Are you familiar with love bombing?" Dr. Hughes said, "The honeymoon phase. The abuser shows and showers her with gifts and affection to get her back. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Cassie, come back here. I want my baby back. Freak off." Does the attempt to leave happen over time? Dr. Hughes said, yes, it takes multiple attempts. All right. Showers her with gifts and affection to get her back. But the honeymoon phase is in the beginning, so it wouldn't really be getting her back. But he probably just typing it and adding the honeymoon phase, and then this is probably like after the honeymoon phase, how to get her back is the shower with gifts. Uh we're low key becoming experts and filling in the blanks and trying to figure out what he's actually trying to convey to us through the tweets. Shit, I need to get in here and start commenting every day. I'm reading all these messages. I need to get in here and say, "You show you right." Financial dependency and lack of resources trap victims. Financial dependency on an abuser plays a very important role in their decision to stay in an abusive situation. She explained that resources are necessary for a victim to leave the relationship. And when an abuser controls their general living expenses, it's hard for the victim to see a way out. The abuser is sabotaging a victim's ability to have independence. How are you to leave if you don't have access to the tangible resources? Okay, she turning it around, guys. She trying to pick it up. We went back 7 steps, but now we back at a 1. We back out of 1. We climbing up out the damn grave with it. Well, that falls up under Cassie. Cassie said Diddy was paying for the rent, the car, the lifestyle. Ooh. Dr. Hughes, you may be on to something. This whole time, we've been thinking Dr. Hughes, she had a rough start. We still here. We still got something. But you guys remember? So we're talking financial dependency. Um, Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Cassie taking the stand. I just want to see if you guys have been paying attention over the last week or so. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Cassie taking the stand. And then put a 2 in the chat if you remember Cassie moving to Connecticut. A 1 if you remember Cassie taking a stand. A 2 if you remember Cassie moving to Connecticut. I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see if we could connect the dots here. Because Dr. Hughes telling us that financial dependency and the lack of resources trap victims. The defense told us Cassie moved to Connecticut because she was broke. So that means she was depending on Diddy to take care of everything. Dr. Hughes done it again. Dr. Hughes done it again. Remember, the defense said, did you move back to Connecticut because you were broke? You canceled your tour because you got $20 million? So the defense already told us that Cassie, when she left Diddy, Diddy took away everything. So the financial dependency was on Diddy. Oh, man, Dr. Hughes, you done it. You done it. The whole time, the defense didn't put themselves in the corner talking about you were broke when you left Diddy. The only reason you canceled the tour is because you got paid. So the defense trying to make Cassie seem like she was only there for the money. They proved that Cassie was there because Diddy had that financial dependency on her. Come here, girl. You want some money? Give me that watch. Give me that phone. Then we had the mama testify that Diddy took the phone. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. The defense didn't put Diddy into a corner. They weren't prepared. They didn't think that this psychologist was going to come up here and talk about this. And then you're going to try to call Cassie broke once she left Diddy. So you're saying that all of her money was coming from Diddy. So yeah, there was financial dependency there. And watch everybody, man, they tearing this doctor apart. But the defense, we not worried about this witness here. The prosecution is the one asking all of these questions. They know, oh, they said that shit. Well, let's back them in the corner. Let's make them fight their way out of that. Cassie was broke. She moved back to Connecticut. Ah, he took the car. This defense team, again, we on the prosecution side right now. When the defense gets up here, we're going to look at it from a defensive lens. But right now, we on offense. We on offense. And right now, they looking like SGA against the motherfucking Wolves right now with the way they doing it. A trauma bond can make the victim unwilling to leave relationships. Abusive relationships often have love and kindness in them in addition to abuse. The victim wants that. They want that back. So when this is shown to the victim, that's very reinforcing. Hughes testified that a trauma bond is when somebody is attached to their partner in spite of the violence and abuse. A trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship. Guess what? Opening statements. The defense said this was a toxic relationship. Diddy did drugs, and when he got on those wrong drugs, he would abuse her. So everything the psychologist is saying is everything that the defense then already said that their client has done. Remember, they said that Diddy gets drunk and it was a toxic relationship. Yeah, they beat on each other, and everybody kept saying, "Oh, this isn't a domestic violence case." Well, that plays into what the psychologist is talking about, a trauma bond. When they're attached to him, the violence and abuse. And the defense already testified and said that Diddy was violent. Mm, mm. And this is a $1 million team. If I'm not a lawyer, guys, I'm the judge for the for the duration of this trial, but I'm not a lawyer. But I'm looking at this like I might need to go get with I might need to go get some of that that stuff that Diddy had in that closet. I don't know, because maybe I'm tripping. Maybe this is seeming too easy. Maybe this is a little too easy for the prosecution. Maybe the prosecution should probably, like, you know what, we need a better defendant or something. Psychologist explains why it takes multiple attempts for victims to leave an abusive relationship. Again, we're not making light of domestic violence or anything. We're just going over the case and what's presented. Don said it often takes multiple attempts for victims to leave abusive relationships. There's a pattern of returning, reconciliation, and returning again. But that also goes with giving the gifts, buying the bags, taking the trips. That plays a part. She said victims could want to come back to the good version of their partner that they still do love. Cassie, what did she say? I still love Diddy. When I met Diddy, there were still times where when I first met Diddy, he would be that guy, but then he had mood swings. So Cassie already explained everything that this psychologist is going through. She said they may also return because the abuse is still continuing outside of the relationship. Kid Cudi's car is blown up. Mom's getting extorted. Michael B. Jordan, he's harassing the friends. Who is she dating? So even when they were on breaks, Diddy was still around trying to put his foot in something. So the psychologist, everything that Cassie said is lining up with her expert opinion. Well, I won't say expert opinion. This is her expertise. This is her knowledgeable area. She is our expert on the stand. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. I mean, all right. She's doing it. Hey, she's doing a fairly decent job, because everything that she's saying is lining up with what we heard in court so far. All right. What is the most common coping mechanism? Dr. Hughes said, trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner. Personal coping mechanism. What do you mean? Like, how does placating and appeasing work? Dr. Hughes said, we're trying to avoid abuse. Now, you also remember in the text messages that Diddy sent where Cassie wasn't responding, when he was like, I got a surprise for you out of state. Let me know if you want to do this, so I know if I'm going in the right direction, or I'll cancel all of it. So Diddy was trying to get her back, thinking she was really enjoying these free calls. Like, that's a wild way to try to get somebody's heart back. Let me bring you to a free call. But this nigga Diddy, boy. CNN is on it with the psychologist. The abuse becomes more severe due to coping mechanisms. A victim's coping mechanism usually exists within the confines of the relationship. Sometimes it includes fighting back, but the most common coping mechanism is trying to work things out with the abusive partner to stop the abuse and preserve the love. The most common coping mechanism is to try to work things out without the abusive partner. With the abusive partner, to stop the abuse and preserve the love. And that's why Cassie kept saying, I need you to be there for me. More than just showering me with gifts, I want you to love me. And that's why she was not liking Gina and them. So right now, they're just I'm gonna see what the defense is gonna do. Here we go. What is I guess it's supposed to be minimalization, but he put minimization. Minimal. What is minimalization? The victim says, maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's the way to stay in a relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one assaultive episode to the next. Assaultive. I've never heard assaultive. From one assaultive episode to the next. Yeah, well. After we get done with this, or we get a break, they did release the photos of some. Well, it wasn't none of the drugs. I don't think they're going to release the drugs. Well, they might release the drugs, but they got photos from inside the house doing the raid. Let me see if I can find them. We'll be waiting for any more updates. Oh shit! Come on, man. Um, Dr. Hughes talks about passive and active self-defense. Both passive and active self-defense during her testimony under questioning by prosecution. Passive self-defense includes actions that are the least provoking as possible to get the violent episode to stop, including blocking punches or curling up on the floor. We've seen that in the video. Active self-defense includes throwing objects or hitting back against abuse. She says victims use active self-defense to have some way of standing up for themselves, although in many cases that usually results in severe injuries to themselves. All right, we ain't really got too much. Ain't too much going on. Nah, if your property is raided by the feds or the police and they got a search warrant, nah, they don't. Nah, they ain't got to pay you back. It's just like the same if you get if a police vehicle or an emergency responder has their lights and sirens on. If they hit you, they're not liable for it. It's your job to get out of their way. Just like if they have a warrant, you're supposed to comply with it. They can't enter your house without a warrant, but once they get a warrant, that's why, they be like, cooperate with them. You know what I mean? Because if not, they kicking in doors, they breaking shit, they flipping over things, doing a search. Yeah, if they got a search warrant, oh no, anything goes. They can get in there and do whatever the hell they want, pretty much. They were authorized by the court to go into that house. What up, SB? Yeah, when they got that warrant, that means, hey, we coming in there. A crime was committed. We coming in there. So that's why his messages are open. Well, let me see that warrant first. But that's why they try to do these raids early in the morning to catch you off guard, so you won't be able to, hey, we got a warrant, open up. You know what I mean? So it give you time to get rid of stuff. So that's why they usually just boom, kick in the door and they come in early in the morning to catch you while you sleep. They wait till you leave the house just so there's no resistance. Because they don't really want to, well, a majority of them don't want to kill nobody or shoot nobody. You do have some that are waiting and itching for them to kick down the door and you got a toolie in your hand so they can light your ass up. But yeah, once that warrant is active, it's all, hey, it's pretty much, it is what it is at that point. Victims often numb themselves with drugs and alcohol. Expert says it's common for victims in abusive relationships to use substances to numb themselves. Victims will often take drugs or drink before they see their partner, prevently to ward off the others' physical or psychological pain to come. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna be getting all definitions because they can't talk about Cassie specifically here because she isn't a victim in this case. She's a witness in this case. What the hell is wrong? Shit. All right, hold on. Give me a sec. I accidentally close my damn Twitter. Yeah, this part of the trial is going to be a little, you know what I'm saying? We want actual witnesses. Let me see. Hmm. I know. We ain't getting. It's gonna be dragging. We're gonna hear the defense going at it. I know we ain't really. 2 hours ago, 11 minutes. Oh boy, come on, guys. Man, they should have brought Kid Cudi up here today, man. All right, we did the victim may have bad day. What about the power relation? Dr. Hughes said a person can have power as principal of a school. The victim asks, who is going to believe me? When does the victim finally speak? In a safe environment or after psychological help? Oh, let me find these photos for y'all, man, while we wait on this. If any of y'all care, the big Rico that's about to take place, this fool is this fool said he gonna represent himself in a Rico case. Don't come up in my courthouse with that bull. Expert says it's common for victims to wait months, even years before disclosing abuse. It's uncommon for victims to talk about the abuse around the time it occurs. Many victims will wait months, even years before telling about what happened to them. She explained that a victim is usually more willing to discuss abuse from a stranger than from a partner. The closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely they're going to disclose, she said. Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't have told nobody like 10, 15 years ago. Well, yeah, play that. 20 years ago, 20, yeah, I'm gonna say 20, 25 years ago, I wouldn't have told nobody I was getting whoopings at home. But now I don't give a damn. I tell y'all, man, I used to catch an ass whooping at least how many days in a month? 30 days in a month. Probably 5 times out the month, I was catching a thrashing. 5 times out of month, me and my brother was into something, whether it was fucking up at school, fucking up around the house, or maybe my dad was mad that we didn't cut the grass, or shit. We didn't sweep up the hair in the kitchen after we got a haircut fast enough. Maybe we were in the bedroom and it was like 9:45. We supposed to be asleep at 9:30. The lights are still on. Yeah. Maybe we didn't go take our showers before 8 because our wind downtown was between 8 and 9. And then you get in the bed and you got to 9:30 before you're supposed to be asleep. Mom come in there at 9:31 just to swing in the belt. But yeah, 25 years ago, I wouldn't have been telling you. I would have been ashamed. I would have been ashamed of where I came from. Let me get these photos for you guys. Man, where's this stuff at? More witnesses testified. Recap. Images. All right, so here's one of the guns that was found. This is the one that was found in the bag, the 4.5. This is the 4.5 that was found. I thought they had the other weapons on here. So here they are out on the pier. All right, here goes the baby bottles, the baby oil that they were shown. The bottles of the baby oil that was shown in the home. 25 bottles, 31 bottles of Astroglide. That purple top. What up, Detroit? Day 8, man. Day 8. Here goes the MDMA, the crystal-like substance, which we found out was meth. The $100 bill, there was a plastic straw somewhere. So we had meth, MDMA, we had cocaine, we had Xanax. So all of that was found in there. And then they got more footage of like all the like the high heels and stuff. Victims often hedge to minimize when disclosing abuse. They don't want to label themselves a victim. They don't want to label their abuser as an abuser. It's too painful to admit that fact. Somebody who loved me did this to me. They're still in self blame. Let me see. I'm trying to find all of them because if you when I show you the photos of when I show you the photos of the bedroom, like of all the stuff he had in there, Diddy, man, some wild ass parties. Let me see. This is from yesterday. So this is what was found in the hotel room when they arrested Diddy. He Bieber said, "Have I read on the the nigga from Empire? I can't pronounce that fool's name. Bashir Gray's tape Jaguar submitted to the court the other day. Now I haven't seen that. This was in Diddy's room. We got a prescription bottle. We got that pink cocaine. We got these pills. Jurors found this. This was in the Miami Beach house. All the high heels. Drugs were in the master bedroom. There go the receivers, the upper and the lower receiver for the AR-15 with the scratched off serial numbers. That's all they give us. Trauma affects the memory. Victims retain core details while peripheral ones may fade. She explained that the victims usually remember the core gist of traumatic events and the no, they remember the core gist of traumatic events and the central sensory details they perceived as significant. Other peripheral details that weren't assigned any significance aren't remembered as easily. That's a very unique thing for each person and each situation they're in. Some traumatic memories can also be fragmented. Yeah, man. She's probably gonna do a good job and testify and like give us all of this terminology and psychological jargon, but this is the boring part of the trial. We want witnesses. We want the experts that were on the scene. We want to know about the drugs. This is the part of the trial where if I was in the jury, man, I hope she ain't on the stand till lunch, because boy, I ain't gonna be able to stay up. Juror number 6, huh? Oh no, I'm listening, Your Honor. I didn't have my eye droplets. My eyes were getting a little. Like, can we take a break? That's all. My eyes they getting a little foggy over here. Forgot my glasses today. Man, I'd be sitting in here like, what are we talking about again? Hey, Your Honor, I kind of get the gist of what she's talking about. The abusive relationships. She stuck around. So can we get to Kid? Y'all getting Kid Cudi in here today, or who's next? Who's after this person? Yeah, 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 Your Honor. All right. Let me see. Do we got any updates? What type of language do victims use when they first speak of it? They minimize, they are piecemeal, they remember the chip and paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol in the perpetrator's breath. Oh, if court was live right now, man, we'd have to take us a little break. Matter of fact, I'm probably about to go get me some water or something, man. Don been on here for an hour now, and we really ain't got nothing out of this besides. I mean, I know it's good, and this isn't supposed. The people are fighting for their lives here, but man, we are here for what CNN say. We are here for CNN entertainment. We want to be entertained. If my tax dollars are going into this case, I want to be entertained, damn it. Let me see. Oh shit. Here we go. Yeah, I wanted Kid Cudi to testify today, but he's gonna be on the stand tomorrow. So here go the 25 bottles of baby oil. Well, some of them. 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of Astroglide, purple top. Thanks to Punisher, we know what that is. All right. The Balenciaga boots. 3 phones were found in the Balenciaga boots. Oh, these are the Balenciaga Crocs. You know these young Miami. Hold on. You lucky we ain't find you in one. It would say, young Miami, you lucky we ain't find you in one. Shoot, we don't know what's on the phone, but May 10th, Diddy did try to suppress all evidence from the electronic devices. The judge did turn that down. So we had 3 phones, and why with the 3 phones? Diddy's leaving the country, and they said that 3 phones were found in the boots. And these are old phones. These ain't new iPhones. These are old iPhones. No cases. These probably got all kinds of freak off stuff on them. Who hides a phone in a boot? Now, it used to be when I was younger, when I would go stay in some iffy, you know what I'm saying? You you young used to take risks. So I would go stay like at a chick's house, but she was kind of iffy. I used to put my shit in my, you know what I'm saying, either in my socks. Yeah, I used to sleep with like my wallet and shit in my socks or my money in there. But first of all, whenever I went to a woman's house, I never took nothing over there except for my keys and my driver's license. You know what I mean? And even then, I was iffy on that. But my house key was never attached to my key because I always thought, well, I was living a young, wild lifestyle. So I always thought, some niggas kicking the door. If they do rob me, they ain't gonna be able to do nothing but like get the car. They ain't gonna be able to get my money or nothing. Or if she try to rob me while I'm asleep. So yeah, I used to put all my shit in like either the shoe, or if I would go over there, I would just have like the key to the whip. I put the key to the whip in my sock, so I would sleep with the key in there, my money in my damn sock. Leave the wallet at the crib. But hiding, and I will put my phone in my boot, not my boot, but in my shoe. But I want to know what the hell they got on this. That was because I didn't want to get robbed, not because I was, trying to hide. But he was about to leave the country and put 3 phones in a boot. Yeah, I want to know what's on there. Here we go. What are these? King Palm. What are these? Rose? What is this for, nose candy, or these are for like pre-rolls? You can just stuff them. That's what they look like. You could just stuff them. Yep, I knew it. So they are rolls. Just pre-rolls. You just stuff them. All right. Shit. You could put probably about. You could probably put 2 ounces in there. Diddy had the whole box, so he was spending a little bit of money. He probably bought the 25 cones and then just threw them in the box. I'm trying to see if they got a whole pack. I bet these shits is terrible though. Could smoke papers, but them shits burn too fast. And then this is the drugs that was found in the hotel he was arrested at. I'm gonna try to find the rest of them. Let me take this off of here. Like I said, it's Twitter, and I don't want to click on something and it be some horny shit on here, and we screwed. I was literally just looking. Okay, here we go. So here goes another photo from the Miami raid. The AR. Now, also, another thing we got to point out with these ARs, these are supposed to be semi. These ARs ain't from America because these can be put on full. When I was reading more, once I got off, these ARs, you can put them on fully automatic. So you just hold the trigger and let that thing spray. He got a click flicker, strawberry, green apple. He got the heels. Shit, Diddy was a wild man. So that's illegal too. He ain't supposed to have a fully automatic. Now that's one reason that you heard the defense say these weapons were taken apart because this is a fully assembled weapon with a full automatic. Oh yeah, you in some trouble, especially with the serial numbers scratched off. All right, the prosecution is finished with questions. Expert witness explains why victims may remember each specific time they were abused. With domestic abuse, there's a routine that happens. A victim can conflate instances of abuse in the same way mundane routine events that anyone does frequently can run together. Hughes said a victim may commonly say something like, I got punched a bunch of times, but I can't tell you when that was. Victims are more likely to remember isolated incidents of abuse that are connected to a marker or a significant event in a victim, such as a birthday or anniversary. Birthday party, the anniversary. So there you go. And that's the thing, Kendall. Up under that RICO, there's 35 charges. Well, there's 35 charges that fall up under that RICO. Almost anything illegal you do can fall up under that RICO. So even if he does be like the ex-trafficking, all of this shit's going to add up. The defaced guns, the drugs with intent to distribution because people were getting drugs at the party. That's two separate charges. The intent to sell. You don't know what Diddy was doing with that, but you knew that the assistant said that he was buying drugs off of people and getting it for other people. So Diddy could probably get hit with like attempt to distribute, distribution. Shit, he could get trafficking. He could get all kinds of charges just off the RICO part by himself. Cassie wasn't there. So everything in these photos is from 24. Cassie wasn't around at this time. This is what Diddy got arrested with. Well, not arrested with. When they raided Diddy's house last year, this is what came out of the Miami home. So all of this is light work right here. There's way more than this. I'm gonna find you the rest. This house is ridiculous. No, you think this is something, man? Let me take this off the screen and show you what really going on in Diddy's house. They call it Puffy's playroom. All right, so Daily Mail does have up all the new photos. And they are calling it Puffy's playroom. So inside of Puffy's playroom, we'll go ahead and get this hydration out of here, man. No damn coconut water.
We are not another scooter company. We're here.
traffic controls the box that has Diddy on it. Inside the box, we got cookies. We got some, it looked like some dirt weed. We got rope to tie the ladies up. Damn, man, why would they put this on here so we can't pause it? We got Diddy in the courtroom code. Oh, let me see if they just got the photos laid out, man, because this is gonna irk me. So this is the top parts of the AR, the lower receivers, the bullets. This is what the bathroom look like. What do you want? What does it say? Pub not on? Perp not on? I can't see what that says. This is how Diddy was living as a billionaire? This is terrible. Boxes on boxes of high heels. What they got? Popsy lingerie. One size fit all. Okay. He don't discriminate. 7-inch heels. Platform. Stomping on them. We got the rope here to tie up. Oh man, we got the ding dong vibrator. You put that on right there. Fellas, y'all stay away from that, man. I had this older chick. I was like 19. She was 31. She was trying to get me to use one of those. She bought a brand new one. It wasn't. I wasn't. First of all, I didn't use it. But secondly, I definitely was like, what the hell? No, I don't want something that some other nigga didn't have on. But she went and bought a new one. She like, we should try it. I said, we ain't trying shit. I'm 19 years old. I'm not doing that goofy shit. My thing work. I don't need any assistance. My younger days is a wild time. So we got heels in here. They don't have the name on this bottle here. Illegal. They got Jolly Ranchers. Like, damn, this is a weird combination to have. We got Peels. We got the honey pack up here. Then we got a Jolly Rancher. We got Johnson baby oil. Jaw dropping photos. You might want to keep your mouth. What the fuck does he have a rubber ducky for? He got nitrous oxide too. Hey, this nigga was having a motherfucking party for real. I guess if they got the swimming pools, if they brought the swimming pools out with the baby oil in it, you put the rubber ducky in there. And then you take the nitrous oxygen. In UK, that's a big thing. They inhale them balloons and shit. I ain't gonna lie, I tried that one time. This is 2014. Man, I was knocked out, man. That shit, woo, get you lightheaded as hell. Don't do that shit though. Me fuck around and die off that shit. But I was just out there living. This nigga had a rubber ducky, dog. Like a rubber ducky, you're so fun. A rubber ducky, bubbles of fun. A rubber ducky. Like, come on, what the hell? Yeah, he used to have swimming pools, so you fill it up with baby oil. You got rubber duckies in there. Golden teachers. What the hell is a golden teacher? What is a golden teacher? 250 milligrams. Commonly known as the magic mushroom. So magic mushroom, a golden teacher. Silicube cubanus. What is the mushroom addiction refers to compulsive harming pattern? No, we want to know what this does. Oh, it's just a psychedelic. So when they in there on that freak off, yeah. So that's what the golden teachers are, and this is 250 milligrams. Yeesh. Oh, come on, Winter. Everybody had a little bit of meth around the house. Vital Honey, Upmarket. Oh, so hey, to all y'all broke niggas, talk about, yeah, I'm on that honey pack. You need to step your game up. Diddy had Vital Honey. This is an upmarket erectile drug. Yeah, this substance is commonly found in Cialis, a stronger version of Viagra. So everybody on them honey packs, step y'all game up, man. You ain't on Vital Honey, you ain't living right. This is not an endorsement. I'm just reading off what's here. This is not an endorsement. Where's this from? Bangkok? This motherfucker got a fish on here, a fish, a bee, and a deer antler. This is VIP shit. Yeah, them honey packs, man, them honey packs gonna get you through maybe 1-2 pumps, maybe around 2. This Vital Honey, shit, 4 days, 5 days, a month if you really needed to. Then we got the Diddy case. It was used to transport the rapper's marijuana. Now, what we need to do is find all the photos with Diddy boarding a plane with this green case. If there's a photo with this green case on like the tarmac or in Diddy's hands or one of his people's hands, then we can pretty much say that they were transporting marijuana. You know what I mean? If the feds really wanted to do that, here go a photo from 2021. Diddy Security was carrying the damn box that is known to have paraphernalia in it, known to have marijuana in it. Oh man, this dude Diddy is fucking wild. Other drugs found inside the home during a separate hotel raid. So this is what was captured with him: the MDA and ketamine. Hey, I told y'all he was dyeing his hair. Look, Playboy got the curl brushes and he got the Just for Men. Playboy dyeing his beard, dyeing his hair, and then Playboy using the damn curl comb. Let me get my shit right. They think they about to be flyer than me. Nigga, this is my freak off. I'm the flyest nigga in the freak off. That nigga getting his hair together, doing the beard, doing the hair, do the lineup too. Make my shit straight, bitch ass nigga. Got this freak off tonight. The hoes coming through, nigga. Someone get that Vital Honey on deck. Warm it up. You know how I like it. Warm it up. Bring a little bit of that meth over here too. Liquid form. Ooh. It's gonna be a good night. Can I get a good night? Good night. Can I get a good night? Good night. Diddy was in here dyeing hair, curling it up, getting ready for the freak off. Straight Vital Honey. Cold as hell in the courtroom, though. Some people say he's in the courtroom cold. I say this nigga's having withdrawals. This nigga's having withdrawals in the courtroom. So that's all they showed us. But there's more photos because there's a bigger room that they show where it's nothing but drawers full. Don't worry, we're gonna find it though. All right, let's see what the defense is doing. Let's see what they cook up. Sheesh. All right, here we go. So we got a new lawyer up named Botch or Bach. I don't know. Hey, Detroit, you got to step your game up, brother. You got to get them Vital Honey packs. No, we ain't fucking with. Was she white? Shit. Hell no. She was mixed. But I was up in Montana though, man. So it was slim pickings out there. I got the best. I got the best of what was there. Put it like that. You know what I mean? I was like 19 anyway, so I got the best of what's there. That's the story I tell y'all where like her kids were like fucking, what was it, 12 and 9 or 12 and 8? And I used to help them with their homework, and then hey, y'all ain't going in your room. Me and Mama got had some grown time. But yeah, that's when I was up in Montana. In Montana, I say she was an 8. But if you took her to any like regular city, she's probably like a 6. I ain't gonna lie to you. But shit. You gotta do what you can do to survive. I was getting home cooked meals, man. Ain't no shame in my game. All right, so we got the defense up on the stand now, talking. Uh, do we got anything before that? All right, so Diddy's attorney said when you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right? Dr. Hughes said if it's relevant. Bach said you look at police report, witness reports, and the like. Correct? She said correct. You're familiar with manalingering? She said I am. People can fabricate emotional responses, correct? They can. Judge, Mr. Bach, should we break here? Bach said, I don't have a good cliffhanger. So they're trying to get it to a break. What's going on? So the defense is asking, is your approach to legal proceedings coming to court different than how you approach your patients? Dr. Hughes is answering a series of questions by the defense attorney, Jonathan Bach. I think that's how you say it, Bach, about how she evaluates someone in forensic capacity and in context to a legal proceeding. It's different than how she approaches her patients. She treats in a clinical setting. She says she typically administers a comprehensive interview, other psychological tests, and evaluate external information to offer a detailed analysis of someone who she's hired for forensic psychology work. So she's saying when she goes in there, if it's just her one-on-one, she's doing a comprehensive interview. She's talking to you, asking you a few questions, getting some feedback, seeing where your mind is at before she can jump into it so she can know how to approach. She's assessing you. But when she comes in here for forensic work, it's a little bit different. You know what I mean? When she comes in here, she's really just answering questions. She can't speak on behalf of a person she didn't have the comprehensive interview with. She can't speak on behalf of Cassie because she never had a one-on-one with Cassie. And that's why the defense was calling objection earlier every time she was saying her, because she kept trying to make it reference to Cassie. But you can't reference it to Cassie because Cassie isn't a victim. She's a witness in this trial. A witness who was a victim, but she's here as a witness. The course recess for lunch. All right, so we on lunch already. Now, did my stepson get drafted? Hell no. I don't know what happened to him. Matter of fact, I got to check on him. Remember, that was on my old Facebook, so I don't. All right, we got a lunch break, so we can get a photo. If we got anybody that wants to come up, I was gonna have people read off, but if you want to just come up and speak your mind about the case so far, what time is it? 3:19. So we probably got about 40 minutes. I'll drop the link. We do need to find a sketch for today. Also, I got to scan in the sketch from yesterday. So if you've just been tuning in, hit that like button. Everybody hit that subscribe button if you can. We do daily sketches over here on Mo.J and the Mo You Know. We just found a random Diddy photo and we draw it out to the best of our ability. We got 4 photos as of right now. Let me actually scan this other photo in so I don't have to hold them up. We can bring them up on the screen. All of these are hand sketched by me. They roughly take 3 to 5 hours. I'm very detailed with it. If you would like to purchase one, they're currently going for well, I got an offer. So right now I'm gonna say they're currently going for around $250. The sketches are going for $250, but we are having a sale just for you guys, from the judge to you. I'm letting them go for 99 cents. And if you want them framed, then they're $14.99. All right, It's 12:21 Eastern. It's 6:21 where I'm at. But it's 12:21 and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's probably what they're going to say. What's up, Alma? So I'm gonna show you guys those photos so you can show like the talent we got here. You know, we showcase all talent and all work over here. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody else giving you guys in depth in courtroom. You know what I mean? That's what we do over here. All right. So this is the first photo that we had here on May 14th. And as we progress throughout the weeks, you'll see this. Boy, I'm evolving. The talent is getting crazy. It's going to be looking pretty lifelike pretty soon. So this is the first photo we did. Mr. Take That himself. This is actually the third photo that we did. That's Mr. Make It Rain Astro Cloud himself, the Diddler. Now, this one here was kind of a mess up. This is kind of like a Steve Harvey slash Diddy blend, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Just his head was a little bit fucked up. So that's the second picture. And then the picture we did yesterday. Oops, wrong way. Then the photo we did yesterday. You know what I mean? The Diddy Daily. Now, this is probably some of my best work right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. I told you guys they were really going for like 250, but I'm selling them for 99 cents because they don't sell. This piece right here, I probably say it took me about 17 hours to do. You can tell by like the shading in the hair and then the detail in the glasses. You can see like a reflection of the photographers. We got a gold a diamond on his tooth right here. Yeah, this one took me about 12 to 15 hours to do. Shading took a while. The details in the hand, like you can see a white powdery substance here. Like there's a lot of detail that I put into this one. You can see the thread and like you can see the thread. This is 200 count right here. This right here isn't no shit from China. This ain't the knockoff brands. This is straight from Italy what he's wearing in this photo here. A lot of details put into it. Like it's dedication, determination. I had to cut my parents off. My brother was calling me about a business endeavor. I said, "Hey, I got shit to do." So yeah, I put in a lot of work with this stuff. And let me see what time we got to return from lunch because I do got to get some water. I did this first 2 hours without anything. There's the link if you want to come up. If you just want to talk about the trial, you don't have to have your camera on, but just turn your camera on in the back room so I can see who you are. And then I'll bring you up. I'll let you talk about it because I'm about to give me some water. I do got to do me a sketch. So if multiple people want to come up, you can read off the comments also, and just have a little dialogue. Again, if you're starting a YouTube channel, you want to stream on your channel when we have these breaks, you're more than welcome to. What I really want is somebody that's going to help me do like the lunch recaps to cover everything that we went over so I can go do what I need to do and get back on here. We've been averaging about 6.5 hours for a live. Yesterday we did 6.5. The case was only about 5, but we did 6.5. All last week we did 4 days of 7 hours, 4.5 on Monday. So we're working. We're getting things together. You know what I mean? I'm trying to entertain you guys. Like I say, I do reenactments, but unfortunately today we had a very, 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 very boring moment in court. Now, will it work for the prosecution or defense? It probably will work for both sides, however you want to, saying however you want to sum it up. But yeah, it was boring. We looking at the photos. We trying to find that. There is like 2 more photos. Let me try to find those for you. Mm. Shit, we'll look for them. What up, Young Dreads? I've been watching my coverage of this at work all 8 days. But I'm glad you guys have someone you can listen to. Again, I don't care if Diddy's found innocent or guilty. My rent is due on the 1st. So next week I gotta pay rent. Whether they find Diddy guilty, damn, I gotta pay rent. If they find him innocent, guess what? Damn, I gotta pay rent. So I really personally don't care. But I am doing it for you guys' entertainment and myself enrichments. But that's just the way life is, man. It's entertainment. Diddy's on the big screen. This is what he wanted. This is what he always wanted. He wanted people to know his name. He wanted his legacy to live on. Sometimes your legacy has to go down a path that you weren't set out on. But at the end of the day, this is the path you chose. Hold on. Somebody got an immunity order. Comey said the attorney says he's read it. I will sign the immunity order. The government will seek to admit GX69A. Wait. What's going on here? Who's getting an immunity order and what information are they submitting into evidence? Now, remember, federal court is really trial by surprise. YouTube is sending out ratings for this live. Oh shit, I ain't know nothing about that. I know they trying to get me to vote on something. I don't know. They talking about creators vote on something. I don't know what it is. I really don't be paying attention until it's too late. But yeah, federal court is trial by surprise. Meaning, I think in federal court, I think they call it trial by surprise. I think the rule is they get 3 days prior to trying to present some evidence. So you don't have to all your discovery. You don't have to submit all your evidence. In federal court, you can submit it as you go, but it's got to be 3 days before you present it. Why do Yeah, trial by surprise or trial by ambush refers to a situation where a party in a legal case is caught off guard by evidence or witnesses presented during the trial that they were not previously aware of. This can occur when a party conceals information or evidence from the opposing side, preventing them from adequately adequately preparing a defense. Yeah, see, they talking about like the motion. Of course, I don't know all the legal jargon. It's just stuff I be hearing over time. But yeah, and you can submit evidence in federal court up to 3 days before a deadline or a hearing. It's not entirely accurate. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you do get a 3-day window. It just depends. But that's where the trial by surprise and stuff comes from, especially in the federal court. All right, but they on a break. What up, cutie pie? All right, man, I'm gonna give me something to drink. Let me try to find y'all something to bring up. We do got to do a sketch. I'll probably do it because she's gonna be on the stand for the defense. So it's really gonna just be us talking and going back and forth. So if y'all can find any other evidence and send me a link, make sure it's a clean link. I'm not gonna bring it up on the screen. I'll bring it up on the other one, but there better not be no link to no crazy shit. Find me another link. I'm gonna get something to drink, but there is, I want to say maybe 5 to 10 more photos that shows the overall room. There's like drawers pulled out with high heels and nothing but lingerie in it. It's like another angle where they're showing the side view of like what the closet looked like. So if somebody can find me those and send me a link, I'll bring those up when I get back. I'm gonna grab me some water and we're gonna finish this thing off right. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for your boy. Oh yeah, we gotta get them likes up too. But I'll be right back after we find. Cause I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy.
It's not a hobby. It's your empire. It's not DIY. It's do it.
Oh, they ain't got nothing up. I thought Long Crime would have something. We'll just run this from yesterday.
The federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs erupted in bombshell testimony Tuesday. Claims of hush money for apparent sex tapes, bruised bodies, and alleged Trump Tower tryst. I'm going to be talking with our law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner to break down the top moments from day 7 of testimony. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. That's right, Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, just takes a few minutes. You don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or head over to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Well, the federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs certainly took a turn Tuesday because you had witnesses who dropped these explosive allegations from Cassandra Ventura's mother talking about this alleged $20,000 payment that Sean Combs had demanded in what exchange for returning or deleting this sex tape. Unbelievable testimony. Then you had a former insider who revealed this dark night involving guns and Suge Knight. You had an alleged revenge mission. Then I didn't even mention the testimony of this purported male sex worker who was hired to have sex with Cassandra Ventura in front of Combs. Yes, so Combs faces these charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, transporting individuals for purposes of prostitution. He's pleaded not guilty. The trial continued into day 7 today as prosecutors build their case, portraying the Bad Boy Records founder as this manipulative enforcer who used fear, money, violence to control those around him. So to help us get that special inside scoop on everything that went on inside that courtroom, I want to bring on our very own long crime reporter, Elizabeth Milner, our eyes, our ears for what is happening there day in and day out. Elizabeth, thanks so much for taking the time. Now, we're going to get into David James' testimony, the former personal assistant of Sean Combs. He continued his testimony. But how could I not start off with Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, right? If Cassie Ventura is the star witness in this case, having her mother testify, unbelievable. Now, she talked about this.
Stop identity thieves in their tracks with a fast and free
moment that Diddy demanded money for one of Cassie's sex tapes. Can you talk to us about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So this kind of went down in 2011, so nearly 14 years ago at this point, and it was around the holiday time that this happened. And it was kind of a little bit in relation to the whole Kid Cudi incident and just Cassie kind of pursuing Kid Cudi in a romantic fashion after Diddy introduced the two in the studio. Diddy got upset that Cassie was in this really very short relationship with Kid Cudi. And so around this time frame, again, this being December of 2011, Cassie came home for the holidays, something that her mother, Regina, had said that she often does. She always comes home around the holiday time. So then we see one of the exhibits around that time frame, this 2 days before Christmas of 2011, so December 23rd of 2011. We see an email that we had seen previously when Cassie was testifying, and that was the email sent to Cassie's mother, Regina, as well as Capricorn Clark, who had worked with Diddy at this time frame. And Cassie wrote in this email, the threats that have been made towards me by Sean Combs are he's going to release 2 explicit sex tapes of me, one on Christmas and maybe right before or right after, and another one sometime soon after that. He also said that he will be having someone hurt me and Scott being Kid Cudi physically, and that it wouldn't be at the hands of it wouldn't be at the hands of Diddy. And so when Regina was testifying today just about this, Jesse, she was saying things like the sex tapes threw me. I knew that he was trying to hurt my daughter. So what she did was she took out a $20,000 home equity loan because Diddy essentially demanded this because Regina said that Diddy was angry that he had spent money on Cassie and Cassie was with someone else. And so Regina had this this loan drafted. Then she got a check after she was able to deposit in her checking account, got a check, sent it to the Bad Boy account. However, the money was.
What up, James? Nah, so I'm not the reason. All right, so here's my reasoning behind not having YouTube Premium. YouTube pays me. I'm not about to give them money back. I'm not about to pay YouTube and then they pay me. It's like, okay, I'm canceling out some of the money that I'm working for. So I'm not buying YouTube Premium. Plus, I'm helping out other channels by watching their ads. The only way we get paid on YouTube, unless you guys want to support the channel, Cash App in the chat or Super Chat, the only way we get paid is with the ads. Yeah, we get a little bit off of Premium, but yeah, ads are the way to go. But yeah, I don't pay for YouTube Premium. Like a lot of streaming, I don't pay for Netflix. T-Mobile pays for Netflix. Hulu, when I do use it on my computer, because I got to have a VPN over here in Germany, T-Mobile pays for that. Apple TV, they pay for that. HBO, I use my brother's login if I want to watch HBO that bad. Oh no, I'm not paying all that, man. That's like $100 a month paying. No. I watch Netflix on my phone because it don't take your data. No. How much is YouTube Premium? Like $70 a month? How much is YouTube Premium?
Was returned to Regina Ventura just a couple days later. According to Regina, the money came back about 4 to 5 days later, and there was no type of conversation with Diddy.
$14 a month. And what do you get? Just no ads? My bad, James. Don't tell nobody. $140 a year to not press the skip button? Man, I be in my room. Like, we got American commercials on this, but my TV in my room, it's on my German internet. Man, I be in there watching TV or watching YouTube. I know the German commercials now. Whenever the songs come on, I know what commercial they talking about. I don't know what the hell they saying. I understand some of it. I be watching German commercials. But yeah, $14 a month, I can press the skip button. Sometimes I do gotta watch a full ad, but yeah, I'm pressing skip. Skip. Now, forget that, man. We moved away from traditional television, so we didn't have to pay those big cable prices. Hell, we pay more just off of streaming. Everybody want to own it. That's like $100, $150 a month. Not me. No. I pay my phone bill, and hey, whatever they give me for free is what I watch. YouTube is free, so skip. All right, we got a little bit of break. We need to find us a Diddy photo. So we did this photo here. We did this photo here. We did this photo here. Who is he? A little drummer? Who does he think he is? R. Kelly? We doing Vanity Fair, Diddy? Or is this Bobby Brown? We doing Vanity Fair, Diddy? No ads, and you can download videos and watch them without internet. I mean, you can download videos without YouTube Premium. It'll be $480, but you can also go to different websites and you can download YouTube videos. Yeah, we got Vanity Fair Diddy. That's what we're gonna draw Vanity Fair. Let's see what time we got to come back to Courtroom. All right, we'll take a break. We haven't got any official time, but we'll listen to what he got to say going into the court this morning.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. We're on our way to day 8 of U.S. versus Sean Combs, the trial. Yesterday, Cassie Ventura's mother, they didn't even cross-examine her. She said that he demanded a payment of $20,000 not to release a sex tape. Sounds kind of like extortion. Whether it fits under the enterprise letter, however, is another question. Now, there was a lot yesterday, but you can all find that on Inner City Press, on Substack, Patreon, etc. It'll be in a book about week 2. But today, coming up, Dawn Hughes. She's a psychologist. There were some filings overnight. The defense never put their filing in the docket, and the prosecution did. I'm not taking sides here except to say that they're both supposed to do it. As Inner City Press, we did a filing in week 1 saying you must do it, and Judge Subramanian has said you must do it, although on a delay. But I think it implies that for the defense to be making arguments with not even a redacted version in the docket, and then the government to be responding to arguments that we haven't even seen, is not the way that it's supposed to work. So defense, please, docket your filings. In the civil Diddy docket, we may get Kid Cudi, by the way. It'll really depend how long things go with if another witness invokes the fifth and doesn't testify, and how long Hughes goes. I was sort of surprised that Hughes was going to be that short. We'll have to see. I've seen multi-day testimony by such experts, including the Ghislaine Maxwell case. So we'll just have to see. Now, there's a civil case. Anthony Tate is a man that says that Diddy raped him not that long ago in Miami. He tried to sue as a John Doe. Judge Kaplan said, you have to give your name. He gave his name. Then the Combs people, Sher Tremonti, moved to dismiss. And yesterday, Judge Kaplan denied the motion to dismiss in its entirety. And Anthony Tate's case goes forward. You can find that one on Patreon. We put it up. It's in a parallel world to the criminal case. Now, I talked about an enterprise letter, and I did. There are other cases in SDNY, many of them. But I'm going to focus on, as I approach the courthouse, on one involving a rapper, I guess less high profile than the producer, Sean Diddy Combs. Jeezy Mula, also known as McBean, Deshaun McBean. He's in jail and he's charged with murder for hire. And yesterday, he and his 3 co-defendants were presented in front of Judge Engelmeyer. They were in the jury box. Each of them has 2 lawyers. So there were 8 lawyers. Only 4 could fit on the front page. Look, lawyers are rolling their heavy suitcases up a ramp behind me. I don't know if you can see them. They're rolling. It's pretty bad. And in fact, the trial may be postponed because DOJ hasn't decided yet whether they will be seeking the death penalty. Judge Engelmeyer has encouraged DOJ to make its decision by June 6th. Jeezy Mula's lawyer said, this doesn't really fit the profile of DOJ's capital cases. That profile is changing, as we've seen in Luigi Mangione. So,
wait, did he say? So they're going forward with another R case, but in this case, it's a guy that Diddy allegedly R-word. The judge said they were going to go forward with it, but they're trying to decide if they're going to give Diddy the death penalty. Is that for this case or for the other penalty? My bad. I was drawing, but I heard death penalty.
I don't know if you can see them. They're rolling. It's pretty bad. And in fact, the trial may be postponed because DOJ hasn't decided yet whether they will be seeking the death penalty.
But wait, that's for a whole different trial, though. Rapper Jeezy Mula, but I thought he said.
I don't know if you can see them. Each of them has 2 lawyers. So there were 8 lawyers. Only 4 could fit on the known as McBean, Deshaun McBean. He's in jail and he's charged with murder for hire. And yesterday, he and his 3 co-defendants were presented in front of Judge Engelmeyer. Focus on, as I approach the courthouse, on one involving a rapper, I guess less high Smith in its entirety. And Anthony Tate's case goes forward. You can find that one on Patreon. We put it up. It's in a parallel world to the criminal case.
All right, so the Anthony, okay, I'm about to say, what the hell? All right, so the Anthony case is still wild. So it's some guy that said that Diddy got up on his ass in Miami. And when he was sipping on it, wasn't a pina colada. All right, so Diddy got it. Let's just put it like this. Diddy got a lot of shit on his plate. You know, when you a little kid, they say, no, we're going to start you with this. If you want more, we give you more. Well, guess what? The Fed said, Diddy, we're going to start you off with a full plate. And if you want more, and if you don't want more, you're going to get more. Not this Mo in the courtroom. M-O-R-E. I'm M-O-E. Not Mo. But I say Mo without an R because that's how we talk. Also said, free Diddy till it's backwards. He'll be a free man, all right. I'm going to tell y'all what a wise man once told me. Education. You'll always be free up here, my brother. They can't take that from you. That's the only free Diddy gonna be. That's the only free Diddy gonna be. Make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. Yeah, you're gonna fly far. You're gonna be around that cage, man. Just know you can be the littest nigga on the block. We got almost 200 people in here. Make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're on a lunch break right now. We are drawing up the daily sketch. The daily sketch is the Vanity Diddy. The Vanity Diddy. We're drawing this up right now. Details is crazy. You know, all of my artwork is original, hand drawn with the pen. No mistakes here. Ain't no erasing. It is what it is. Once I get this pen in my hand, it is what it is. I'm definitely gonna try to entertain you guys. This is like the boring part of the testimony because we have a legal expert that is just giving her opinion about psychological stuff. And I mean, we pretty much already heard this in many different trials. So I'm doing what I can. Also, I know shout out to Kendall. She just sent me a link to some photos, but I think these are the ones we looked at. Page 6. Well, I haven't been on page 6. I was on Daily Mail, but I'll bring those up. I gotta finish drawing this because I think they're already saying they back in the courthouse. Watch. Okay, what the witness have said so far. See, this is what I need somebody to come up here and read this while I do the sketching. Somebody come up here and read this, but don't read fast either. Slow it down. Make sure we can comprehend. Somebody take this challenge. Maurice, get your ass up here. Maurice, you talking about you want to be a lawyer? Come lawyer yourself up here and read this shit, brother. Come on, I'm the judge. You gotta do what the judge say. No Diddy. Somebody come up here and refresh us on what happened. Well, shit, we got another update. The judge is back. God dog it, man. We don't get no fucking time here. The judge is back on the bench. The lawyers are in the courtroom. The jury has not come in. The trial will resume with Don. Jeez Louise. Jeez, I gotta finish up the Vanity, Vanity. I can't even pronounce it. The Vanity. I'm thinking Danity Kane, but it's the Vanity Diddy. That's what we're gonna call this one, but it's still a Daily Diddy. So we got that up. Shit, they moving kind of fast today. Now, when we was listening to that, there was two things. There's a guy named Anthony that has a case against Diddy that they tried to get thrown out because he filed it under Jane Doe, but he had to reveal his name. His name is Anthony. And I don't know how long ago it was, but they said Diddy pushed up on him allegedly and got to gyrating, I'm assuming, because he said that Diddy R-word him. And we'll see. That's just one of the 74, 75 cases Diddy has pending against him. And then the other case he was talking about is like some rapper, Jeezy Moolah or some shit like that. Jeezy about to be locked up. So that was two different cases, but one of them was pertaining to Diddy. Let me see. Can I find this? Okay, here they go. I got the photos. So here's the rest of the photos that were found in the Miami raid. Excuse me. Feds released pictures of baby oil, drugs, heels, dildos, and more from Diddy's house. So we seen this one, Astroglide baby oil. We seen the heels with the wireless click flicker. I wonder, does anyone know if the wireless click flicker runs off of AA or AAA batteries? Not for me, I'm just asking. Does anyone know if the click flicker runs off of AA or AAA batteries? Or does it well, hell, it's 2025, 2024. It probably charges by USB-C. Probably a good 2-hour charge to get that thing full. It says it's intense vibrating action, removable stimulator, and it's waterproof. I wonder if it's oil proof. We got more heels. As you said, Bluetooth. Lily talking about so I heard. Yeah, okay, Lily. Yeah, okay. Let me find out Lily was down here hooking it up. See, here it go. Here go another angle of the room. Look at these drawers, man, that Diddy got, man. This nigga was wild, bro. He just had in his closet. This is his personal closet. It's not like, we thinking freak off. All right. What did Cassidy say? I got 2 beds. One's to sleep on, one's to get my freak on. In this nigga's master bedroom, he got like lingerie. You would think he would have a whole room that's just freak off ready, like the dressers and stuff in there. Go in there, drawer 3. You got your rings. Go into drawer 4, you got the wireless toys. Go into drawer 7 on the other side, you got the lingerie. Fellas, y'all need drawers? Go into drawer 1. You know what I'm saying? But this is in this nigga's regular bedroom. Like, you getting up and going to the bathroom, you got to walk past all this shit every day. It's not in a whole nother room. This is in the master bedroom. This is in the master closet. This nigga is... What's wrong with this guy? Went over this. They got some lipstick. Ooh, risque. Crotchless body stocking. What's a crotchless? So that just means risque crotchless. So that just means there's nothing at the bottom. How does it like? Oh, it might just be like a net that just comes down the whole body with no crotch on the bottom. We call that a convertible top where I'm from. A risque crotchless body stocking. Oh, so it just goes, it just covers the whole body. Oh, in the bottom, there ain't nothing down there, no crotch. Okay. I wonder why they didn't show that photo. Yeah, man. Damn, man. Spencer's is closed, man. If you go down to that house on the end of Star Island, you knock on the door. I'm hearing he got used, he got used shit in there. You could probably buy it for the low. He need the money. Then we got the writing on the windows. I mean, the mirror. It says, "What do you want? You a legend, cutie." No, it says, "You a legend, cutie with." Is it cutie with a booty or cutie in a zoo? I'm gonna download these photos and zoom in. Love you, love you. So his kids didn't see this, like, because remember they said he left and they were about to go out the country. So that means there was a freak off that had taken place the night prior or that morning. Like his girls don't come in there, hey dad, they don't go in that bathroom. But look at the bathroom. There's nothing even on. Like I told y'all, Diddy was broke. Look back here on these shelves. It ain't even nothing on the shelves in here. He just got this big empty ass mansion because we know he got 140 million in mortgages, 8 loans that he ain't paid back. One of them is due in 29, 2 of them is due in 2036. This is really just oh man, they took all the they done ripped all the security shit out of here. So we got freak offs on for days. This is a dildo right here. That's what they're blurting out right there. That's a dildo. Just in the closet next to the skincare. I gotta take my daily vitamins. Move that dildo out the way. Let me get my vitamin C. That vitamin D need to stay over there. You accidentally move it out the way, it turning on. He got the face care up here. Like, this is some wild shit to have. Just a random dildo in the middle of the motherfucking closet. Like, why is it there and up and erect? Lay that motherfucker down and put that shit behind something. That motherfucker sitting there like this. Man, I'm just trying to get the damn toothpaste. Let me get the peroxide. That motherfucker just up in the... Hey, man, damn, nigga, I'm just trying to brush my teeth. I'm trying to get the hell up out. I gotta go to work. Who put this in my damn bathroom? You gotta admit, this is a wild way of living. I don't care how much money you got. And not only that, the dildo is right next to the security footage. Man, hey, don't bring that over there. You know, whoever the IT guy is like, hey, like, seriously, Diddy, you can't be having all that oil and stuff over here if you want me to keep coming over here and doing the camera footage and everything, like hooking your shit up. Imagine you the network engineer, you over here trying to plug shit up. And hey, what's that noise? Oh, don't worry about that, Playboy. What you mean don't worry about that? Is somebody in there? What is that? Then we got the Vital Honey. We seen that. We got the Diddy case. And that got the weed inside of it. Yeah, you know, you the IT guy. Hey, man, I think you reaching behind there. You trying to hook the IT shit up. You know where the wires are, but you can't get to them. You know, like when I'm unplugging my PlayStation, I know where the HDMI port is. I know where my Ethernet cord is. So I'm reaching back there. I don't need to look. I'm just, you reaching because you got to extend. So you turning your head so you can get as close as you can to the shelf so you can put your arm back as far as you can. So you back there. You're like, damn, what the fuck is all this? It's all oil on your hand. You know, girls that got they wigs and shit and fell and shit. So now you got oil and hair on your hand. You're like, what is this shit? Yeah, I'm just trying to plug the equipment up for you, man. I ain't come here for all of this. Come here is crazy. I didn't know how to show up here to do this job. You're not gonna say come here over at Diddy's house. All right, the expert witness is back on the stand. Testimony will return momentarily. Oh shit. Hopefully I'm entertaining you guys, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. My side is still hurting. Oh shit, just got paid. It's Friday night. Tamika, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the 10, 10. 10. All right. All right, we got her getting back on the stand now. I'm gonna be reading it, but again, I think the defense is up now. Well, hopefully, yeah, the defense is up now. So hopefully the defense will try to break her down so we can get some entertainment, some entertainment out of them entertaining us. Because the first half, I'm gonna be honest, we were bored out of our mind. We were bored out of our mind. But that's court. Court ain't here to be fun. So leave it up to me. I'm gonna try to make this entertaining as possible. Please just hit the like button. If you can find it in your heart to hit the like button, I deeply appreciate that. We're trying to reach 53,000. Well, we're gonna try to get to 55,000 before the trial is over. I know we're gonna have to push it, but that's fine. We at 245. It's getting kind of hot in here, so I'm either have to take this robe off or take this damn wig off. But either way, we still gonna be here. I'd order some Astroglide, but I don't want to have Astroglide sent to my military mailbox because I got two addresses. I got one that's on base, so I can order stuff from America, without getting the, the international cost. And then I got my personal address here at my house. I'm not trying to order because I know everybody that work at the post office because I used to be over there. So I don't want to order some Astroglide to have, to put on display while we do this trial to finish it up. Because they be like, hey, nigga, what you got Astroglide for? You know what I'm saying? Because you can see what everybody gets. And that was the good thing about working at the post office. Like, a lot of stuff I see what everybody orders. So whenever they order stuff, I'm like, damn, that box smells good. What is in there? They're like, oh, it's this soap. So it's this company called Ancient Cosmetic. I bought hand soap from them. Well, like, it is hand soap, but I use it to wash up. Real good. Organic soap. It was this older lady and her husband. I think she retired and he had like 2 more years. Cool as hell. Gave me like a little coupon. I got this coat. It's from this company called 32 Degrees. It's a big ass overcoat, insulated. Feel real good. This white man, he ordered one. He opened it up. He's like, I like, damn, where you get that from? He gave me like the discount codes and everything. So that was a good thing about working at the post office. I mean, you knew everything. Like when anybody orders something, like, oh, I see you got you one of them them Bluetooth stimulators there. Yeah, who sent that to you? Said it was from your girl. But I ain't gonna tell your other girl. Yeah, working at the post office, I was like the dope man at the post office. Anything that came through, I knew. If you was bringing in drugs, oh, I knew. Now, did I ever say anything? That wasn't my job. That was customs' job. One of these guys I knew, he blamed his mom. He blamed his mom, but she sent over like some pre-rolls, some gummies. It had to be like on some real shit. It had to be like a 3 to 5 pound box. But customs it came over because one of the ladies I worked with, she told on him. But I wasn't working at the post office at the time. So he pulled up on me like, hey man, it's saying they got my package, but saying I got to visit customs. I was like, man, what you order? He's like, oh man, he trying to lie and shit, not knowing that I got access to the computers and I can see whenever something's confiscated. So he like, oh man, my mom sent me some stuff. So I like, oh man, if it's something you would get in trouble for, don't claim it. Don't go over there. Just tell them to return it to the sender, because you can always say, I don't know what they sent me. He's like, man, you sure? I'm like, man, if it's something illegal, dog, just say you don't want it. You don't know what they sent. So he ended up having it sent back. But it turned out, soon as he left, because it's early in the morning, man, they brought the police dogs over. Man, the German customs came over, dog. They opened it up. Man, it had to be probably like, no lie, probably like 50 pre-rolls and like fucking 4 bags of goddamn THC gummies. Man, they opened that motherfucker up. Them dogs is going crazy in that bitch. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna try to do, I'm gonna go back and go to the archives. I'm gonna bring the photo for you. It looked just like a Diddy goddamn thing. They had all the drugs sitting out on the counter. I was like, man, this nigga came over here talking to me, talking about, yeah, man, if you ever want to train at the gym, I'm like, nigga, not training with you. The fuck? Yeah, man, I ain't gonna get nobody in trouble, but I told him, hey, if it's something illegal in there, just tell them you don't accept it and tell them to resend it, like send it back to the sender. Man, they opened that motherfucker up. It was so much goddamn weed in there. I was like, nigga, you could just drive up to Amsterdam if you want some weed. But it is what it is. And now weed is legal in Germany after April 1st of last year. But that's neither here nor there. That was just me. I don't know. I don't even know how we got on that. Shit, he wasn't trying to put me on nothing, nigga. I don't smoke anymore. Well, I can't smoke, but if I could, I'd just go up to Amsterdam. Well, hell, I'm in Germany. I can order it now. I can just go to a fucking pharmacy. All right, here we go. We'll pick back up. Nah, y'all think I'm playing, man? It was laid out too. It was laid out. I'm not gonna log in on my just put it like this. I got access. Well, I had access. Put it like that. I had access. I had access to everything that had to deal with the mail. So All right, let's go ahead and get back into this. All right, we'll pick up after Dr. Hughes. Please get it back on the stand. Witness entering, jury entering. Diddy's lawyer said, "You are American Psychology Association. You are with the American Psychology Association, that's the APA, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination." Right? She said, "Where?" Dr. Hughes said, "This is a different role." He said, "You have not gathered information about this case, right?" Dr. Hughes said, "I am not rendering an opinion on an individual." Bosch said, "There's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right?" Dr. Hughes said, "I don't." So you remember when they first came in and they were saying the objection, and I was saying, you can't say her because you're not, Cassie isn't the victim here. Cassie is a witness of these crimes. So you can't use her. You have to say overall they would take, or you got to use they or them. So that's what they're trying to do right here. They're trying to say, well, you never had an examination of Cassie, so you can't speak on nothing that Cassie is talking about. But Dr. Hughes is countering that with, I'm not speaking about Cassie specifically. I'm speaking on whatever the state's attorney was asking me. If they asking me something, I'm giving my opinion on that. Now, how they word that to use it on Cassie and Diddy is on them. So right now they just trying to crack, you know what I'm saying, trying to crack whatever they can. But it looks like Dr. Hughes is holding it down so far. But we're going to see. Oh, man, why they do the judge like this? My dog don't look like that. Objection, Your Honor. Who is this? This is not my brother on the, you know what I'm saying? This is not my brother in, what's the thing called? The justice system. This is not my brother. Who is this man? Psychologist confirms she hasn't gathered details about the specifics of this case. Um, Jonathan Bach asked her to confirm she's not gathered any detailed information about this specific case. Hughes said that's correct and added, "I'm not rendering any opinions about a specific individual." Hughes said she's heard there's someone named Cassie in the case. Bash confirmed the forensic psychologist didn't hear Cassie's testimony or review records of her drug use. Remember, Hughes said earlier today she's testifying as a blind expert to provide the jury with information about domestic violence, R word, assault, traumatic stress. She said she was not interviewed anyone connected in the case. So we'll believe that until further notice. You testified across the river in the Eastern District of New York, right? She said, yes, right. And you say the same thing, even those cases, it's supposed to say even though those cases are different, correct? Dr. Hughes, is to help the jurors understand, but it's their job to consider their case, right? Bosch said, you don't publish data on patients you've evaluated. You don't publish data on patients you have evaluated, do you? She said, no, it's confidential. So I can't cross check your experience. The basis of what you are saying, right? So they're trying to just say, oh, well, we can't believe anything she's saying. But she's going to say, nah, I got a certain amount of hours. That's what she's going. I got a certain amount of hours. I met with the board that shows I'm qualified to do this. Um, I got such and such successful cases. So now she got to prove that she's worthy enough to be the expert on the stand, even though she's been in multiple trials. I like what the defense is doing. You just got to stay on her. Give the jury some kind of doubt. Like, all right, she might not be as legit as she says she is. Yeah, we're back in court now. What we got? Inner City Press. All right. People might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? Objection, Your Honor. Let's move on. What are you trying to get at here? In civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? You would look for some malingering, right? I'm just waiting on the update, guys, but I'm also trying to finish up this damn Vanity Diddy. All right, let's see what we got. What we got. Is Wesley my profile picture? Nah, that's I used to like some AI and made a little photo of a black. I told him to put a black guy on there with a hat like he's a 1950 investigator. You publish for the page. Okay. You don't publish information for the client. All right. Well, look. Like I said, this is boring. So what we're gonna do is give me the drum roll. We got Vanity Diddy on deck. What is today? The 21st? How are we dating these? May 21, 25, comma. All right, real quick, before we continue on, we got the Vanity Diddy. We got Vanity Diddy for the sketch of the day. All right, so this is what we got. 3, 2, 1. Vanity Diddy, Daily Diddy, May 21, 2025. What we thinking? We good? We good? I think we kind of spot on. I think we got this one right. We finally got one right. I think we got one. This is good right here. That boy could draw. Yeah, the details, like the lineup is crazy. I made sure I got just enough just for men in there because you know he likes his hair dyed. The beard is lined up, nice shape up, like nice, like look how crisp that line is. No enhancements, nothing. Yeah, that's good. I probably say this is probably like one of the top 3 that I've done. Top 3 and not 3. Put it like that. That's what I'm thinking right now. Just pretty damn good. Oh, I forgot the earring. Attention to the detail. See the earring in there? You see the necklace, the pop necklace? Yeah, I like this one right here. This is good. Vanity Diddy, y'all. Vanity Diddy. All right. Let's get back to this trial. Excuse me. Hey, good call out, Tonya. Good call out. Is it Tanya? Oh, Tanya, my bad. You know, I'm terrible with names. My bad, Tanya Reedy. Good call out, though. Malingering. I would call him man lingering. I don't even know where I got that damn N from. Lingering. Where the hell was I getting the N from? Fuck it. I ain't got my glasses on. We'll just use that as an excuse. Malingering. I was saying malingering. Yeah, I don't know where I was getting. Oh, there ain't no N. All right, here we go. State Attorney Steiner. Oh, wait, this is old. Now, Diddy didn't like to be glistening. He liked the people participating to be glistening. All right. You gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right? Dr. Hughes said, yes, for battered women. Let me show you DX. Sidebar. So what is looking like? The defense is just trying to discredit her for trying to say you can't diagnose Cassie. But remember, we're not here for Cassie. She's giving her opinion on battered women and abused women in general. So I'm guessing this sidebar is about her talking about the battered women, and he wants to show an exhibit. And the judge is probably gonna say, hey man, what does this got to do with the case? We said that she's an expert. She's an expert. Let her say what she got to say, because she's not incriminating anybody. She's just saying these are the signs and the symptoms. You know what I mean? It's like a doctor saying these are the signs and symptoms of COVID. I'm not saying you have it, but these are the signs and the symptoms. So you can't, like, we don't need exhibits of whatever you about to show us something of the webinar and say you showed us this in the webinar. What does that have to do with her expert opinion right now? The judge, that's why I like federal court, man. They ain't playing, they not trying to waste time. The defense is just over here trying to stall. Well, you never diagnosed Cassie. I'm not talking about Cassie. I told you I don't know nothing about Cassie. All I heard was there was a Cassie here, but I didn't do any research. So the judge is probably like, hey, what are you doing? Get this show on the road. What are you going to ask her about this? What has she said that was wrong? Let's go. What do you object to what she's, well, you can't object. You understand, but let's go. Oh, no. Tonya, trust it. Listen, you know how many words I tear names up daily. I'm not against criticism. No. If I feel like it's constructive criticism, all right, cool. Let's get it. I definitely, hey, thanks for it. You know what I'm saying? You send me a link, you correct me. If I say something wrong, do that. I like that. Because now I know how to say it. Like motherfucker. But it's malingering. You lying motherfucker, you malingering. No, so I definitely need that, you know? Nah, like I say, man, nothing I do when I get on this YouTube, this isn't real life for me, guys. I get on here for entertainment purposes. I don't have friends. I'm a hermit crab. I sit at the crib by myself. I cry, some sleep. You know what I'm saying? Some nights I cry to go to sleep. Y'all all I got, man. This trial is really like the first time I really had people that were interested in hearing what I had to say. But now I don't take nothing personal. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't give a damn. I need it. What up, Tika? Oh shit, we ain't seen Tika in like 45 years, y'all. About 45 attempts. You ain't seen Tika in about 45. Last time I seen Tika in the chat, I was in California. That was in 2023. I don't even know if your Tika she got a wrench, but she might need some of that Astroglide on her wrench. I don't know if that wrench even worked no more. She'd have been gone so long. Welcome back. We in Diddy Day 8. Right now we're listening to a psychologist. We got a sidebar going on. We waiting for that information. We will be over 50 hours after today's live on covering this trial. So I can feel that I am when it comes to this trial, as far as what's been said inside the courtroom, I could go ahead and put myself down as an expert on the Diddy trial. I'm not a lawyer, but when it comes to reviewing the evidence and what has been said, I think I have a pretty good memory of what's happened over these last 8 days. So, of course, when I put in a resume, I'm about to go ahead and update as a junior practicing apprentice to be an attorney at law, because I covered over 50 hours and my hours are documented. Not only that, I'm a sketch artist on the side, judge full time. You know, I'm doing my thing. Heard something else about a surprise witness. What you got, Elite? If you guys come up with information, let us know. You got a surprise witness? Who? I know Kid Cudi, they said taking the stand tomorrow. Hopefully, Dr. Karen isn't on the stand all day and they give us another witness. I prefer a witness. We don't need an expert unless the expert is telling us something about, excuse me, an incident that happened, because she's just giving us, you know, definitions and stuff. And I ain't in psychology school, so I really don't. I took two psychology classes. I had a B in one of them. I had an A in the other. But I'm not a psychologist. So I can't psychologize with everybody. I got to pull a Dr. Umar.
Some of them going to sleep. Fuck God!
Oh, she's sending hugs. George Copeland. Oh, so that's who they you're talking about. George Kaplan. I think his name is George Kaplan. He's a former assistant. Yeah, George Kaplan. That's who they did the sidebar for, to get full immunity. Remember, racketeering conspiracy. In order to have a conspiracy, you got to have what? Conspirators. Who are the conspirators in this case? And why is Diddy getting a RICO by himself? Because they all turn witness. They say, we don't want shit to do with this trial. We're going to tell you everything we know. So that's why Diddy's on a solo RICO. Same thing happened with Epstein. Epstein had a RICO. He got hit with his. R. Kelly got hit with a RICO. They throw that RICO out there so all of your crimes can come together. So if they have like a lot of weak ones, once them weak ones start adding up, oh yeah, they make a good case in a good 30 to 40 years. Jury is asked to leave the courtroom for a few minutes. Here we go. After the attorney spoke to the judge at the bench, the judge asked the jury, get out of here, jury. Let me talk to him. The judge is about to say, listen, both of y'all playing games. Defense, you keep trying to bring up Cassie. This case ain't about Cassie. This case is about your client over there, Sean Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puff Diddy, Diddy, Diddler, Riddler, whatever the fuck you want to call your client over there. This is about him. This witness isn't testifying on anything that Cassie had or anything that Diddy had. Ask her questions about her credibility. Ask her questions about what the hell she's talking about on the stand. Quit bringing up Cassie. Prosecution, you the same. When you asking her questions, don't be trying to lead her into shit about Cassie. Let's not do this shit all day. We out this motherfucker by 3. Y'all keep bullshitting. I'm gonna hold everybody in contempt. This is exactly what we were talking about. What up, Mama 4? Oh, Mama 4. Where you at, in the UK, Australia? Because you know we do mom, M-O-M. Y'all do mom, M-U-M. New to the channel? Hey, thank you for joining. We're on day 8. So the lawyers debate asking psychologists about a webinar she gave in 2015. And I knew that's what they were going to be getting at. The defense team wants to ask the expert Don about a webinar presentation in 2015 about preparing for court testimony. The prosecution said they don't believe the presentation shows any evidence of potential bias from her. Defense attorney Jonathan Bott said the webinar was training for battered women advocates. What up, honeybee? All right, we got a whole bunch of new people in here. Welcome to the channel. Nah, Ken, I told you, Kendall, you don't get no gavel. You don't get no gavel. I don't know, Elite. I don't know if it's spelled with a K. I think it's like Kapland. I could be wrong, but I think I know what you're talking about. UK. I love the UK. I'm over in London a lot. I still haven't made it to Manchester. I went to Birmingham. Of course, you know, I've been to Ipswich, Cambridge, Peterborough, of course, London. I've been to London probably about 12 times. Probably more than that, to be honest. We'll find it though, Elite. So right now they're talking about a 2015 webinar. They don't want to introduce this because they're saying that this is a potential bias from her. It's a training for battered women advocates. Like, that's what her job was. I'm training other women to know the knowledge that I have to go and talk to battered women. So there wouldn't be any bias because who is she biased for? If the defense just asks questions that don't have anything to do with it, then she wouldn't be biased. But if you ask questions about a specific incident or something that may have happened that coincides with what Diddy did to Cassie, then of course she's going to give you that answer. But if you a good defense, like, no disrespect, Jonathan, but it's up to you. You the defense, man. You bringing up this 2050. What's that got to do with this 2025 case, man? She was doing a webinar training women how to be women advocates for battered women. It's no different than any other training. When you went to law school, your professor, your lawyer that was teaching you how to become a defense attorney was teaching you how to defend crooked niggas. So do you saying you got bias for all defendants that are guilty? You see what I'm saying? Like, she was doing a webinar, man. What does that got to do with this fucking trial, man? She's giving out sound advice. She's giving her professional opinion of what happens when you get these traumas or what happens when you're in an abusive relationship. This webinar ain't got nothing to do with it. The judge is probably going to say, leave the webinar out. What's that got to do with the case? Stu has found a new little Woody, George, getting his immunity and will stay. Will say, I don't remember anything. Now, Brian still can't represent, though. Brian still can't represent this witness because he's on. Brian still represents Diddy, so he can't represent a witness in this case. And remember, this is a federal case. In order to get the immunity, it ain't none of that playing around. I don't remember shit. With the feds, if you got an immunity, you gonna tell them exactly what they want. In the feds, they not about to be playing around like, oh, you don't remember. I can't recall. No. The feds, you gonna recall everything you told us, or we gonna recall removing that motherfucking immunity. You know that immunity can be removed, or they'll just hold you in contempt. All right, so it is George Kaplan. All right, so we on the same page, Elite. Good. See, that's what I'm talking about. We got that research team out there. I think they brought his name up yesterday, I want to say, or I'm trying to figure out where I heard his name at. But yeah, this is the Fed case. Like, if you get immunity, you're gonna have to testify. Hey, exactly, Eric. In the feds, oh yeah, we gave the defense like they gave you immunity. Yeah, I gotta tell them what I know. And when you get up there, they're gonna say, you told us this, right? We got a testimony from you that says this. And you're gonna say, yeah, I said this. And then they're gonna ask you another question. And you gotta answer it. Because in the feds, when you got immunity, shit, you gotta cooperate. It ain't no playing around in here. The judge will stop it, and the judge will say, you need to answer those questions truthfully. What up, Michael David? Look, here it go right here. This is the difference. This is the difference between state cases and federal cases. No, simply stating I forgot or claiming a lack of memory is not valid it's not a valid way to answer questioning in a federal case, even if you have immunity. No. See, this ain't the state. They not playing them games. No. The only thing you got immunity from is self-incrimination. So you can say, yeah, I shot somebody, but you ain't gonna be in trouble. But what did they do? We don't give a shit about you shooting nobody. When you shot them, did they shoot too? You gotta testify. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta incriminate yourself, but you gonna tell the motherfuckers what they want to know. See, immunity grants protection from self-incrimination, meaning your answers cannot be used against you in future cases. You obligated to answer in the federal court. This ain't about to be, I don't recall. I can't remember. All right, well, you're going to remember this. I was about to say life, but they're going to give your ass 6 months contempt. And don't get up there and try to change us, because the prosecution, they got the upper hand here, because they just going to say, well, we like to go ahead, and put perjury charges on him. He did have immunity. He didn't cooperate with the immunity deal. Yeah, go ahead and get with that perjury. Hey, you gonna get on that stand, you gonna say, I don't recall. The prosecutor gonna say, what?
Answer me, motherfucker!
George, you said that you and Diddy were providing drugs to somebody?
Answer me, motherfucker!
You said Diddy had freak-offs with male escorts?
Answer me, motherfucker!
You said you seen Cassie intoxicated one night and she was popping MDMA?
Answer me, motherfucker!
Yeah, they on your ass in the federal court. See, that's why, this is why they win so much. Because they don't play around like the state. It ain't no coming up here and making a mockery of the court. Shit, they gonna lock your ass up quick. No, I don't know if he's one stop. George is a guy, he quit. I think from what my understanding of George is, George was an assistant and he seen some abuse and he quit. I think that's what George Kaplan is going to go up there and say. All right, here we go. So, all right, this might be the article that he was talking about. Sean Diddy Combs, agent testified about drugs, gun, blah, blah, blah. We don't care about that. There go photos from Cassie's, another one of Cassie's beatings where the mom took photos of her. That's Gannon, Combs facing trials, psychologist, back from lunch. All right, here we go. Witness George Kaplan granted immunity to testify. Government witness George, a former assistant of Combs, entered the courtroom after Hughes wrapped up. Oh, so they already, oh no, they wrapped up for lunch, saying he was there after receiving a subpoena earlier in the day. There were concerns over whether he plead the Fifth Amendment and not testify. Prosecutors said, nah, fuck that. We'll give you full immunity if you answer questions, but warn that its protection does not cover perjury. So if you get up there and start lying, they already made it clear. We'll give you immunity, but get up there and start lying and see what the fuck gonna happen. We hitting you with perjury. The feds ain't playing. They not, oh, we'll give you immunity, and they ain't saying like, oh, perjury. No. The feds said, look, we subpoenaed you. So you could get up there and you can work with us and tell us everything we need to know. But if you lie, we're going to get your ass up out of here. Or you can get up there and we can start asking questions and we can start opening up an investigation on your ass. So do you want this? Because you got the subpoena. You can get up there and plead the Fifth. But guess what? After you plead the Fifth, we're going to be after you. Anything that we can connect to your ass, we're going to be after you. And we're just going to wait till the Diddy case is over with. And we're just going to take bits and pieces from the Diddy case. And we're going to find times that you were working. and we're gonna add those charges on your goofy ass. So what you want? You want to take the subpoena and plead the fifth, and then we bring your ass into court later on with all the evidence we got on Diddy, and we just slap that shit on you? Or do you want to come in today, testify, and get immunity? And then anything that you did wrong while working with Diddy, you won't be in that RICO. You won't be in anything. We won't come after you after this. We won't do a damn thing to you. But all you got to do is sign this piece of paper right here saying that you're going to tell us what you know. You ain't going to lie, and you can walk free today. But just know, if you don't, we not saying we coming after you. We saying we coming after you. The decision's yours. That nigga showed up in his suit like, you know what? What time you want me on the stand? Okay. Bad boy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boy. Okay. We said we talking about Diddy, or you want to talk about Puff, or you want to talk about Sean Combs, or you want to talk about Brother Love. Whoever you want to talk about, put me on the stand. I know a few things. I know a thing or two I could tell you. That nigga signed that motherfucking immunity, said immunity, no perjury, take the stand, not in a RICO, can't be used against me later. I'm about to tell all the crimes. I'm about to say, yeah, I seen Diddy shoot a nigga. I seen Diddy slap 4 motherfuckers at one time. I'm not going to say that. No, you going to say, what was you going to say? Write that down. You going to say that too. Damn, man, that motherfucker. All right, the jury returns. The jury was trying to say that the psychologist is biased as a personal witness, but we're going to see. Shit. Who drew what? I know. I first of all, I know y'all not. I know y'all not doubting me. I'm right. Everything that you seen drawn on this channel was right here. Spirit fingers. I can barely move this finger like the rest of them. You see that motherfucker stuck. Well, yeah, I got there. Yeah, there it goes. Spirit fingers. I can't do this hand at the same time like I can do this hand. It's either these fingers or this finger. But I did that. All right, so they're coming back into the courthouse now. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We got about 220 people in here. This is Diddy Day 8. Right now, we had a little sidebar between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge talking about admitting a webinar from 2015 where Dr. Hughes was using to train women advocates for battered women. We don't know what the judge said. Judge said she can be shown the document about the training domestic violence advocates and asked if she remembers, but I won't admit it into evidence until she denied it. But I won't admit it as evidence until she denied it and it becomes prior inconsistent statement. All right, so but I won't admit, I won't admit it as evidence until she denied it. We know what the prior inconsistent statement is, but so I guess once he'll put it into evidence if she starts becoming inconsistent, so you can use it as her credibility. But until we find something that she's not credible with, then we're not going to put it in evidence. All right, re-enters the jury. So they showed Karen. They showed Dr. Hughes the document of the webinar, but it won't be in evidence until they can see that she's inconsistent with her statements that she's making. So we'll see. Here we go. The jury re-enters. Diddy's lawyers talking about this document, refresh your recollection. She said, let me look at it more closely. Yes. The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination, right? Dr. Hughes said yes. So this is a step-by-step, I guess, when they take the stand. If you got to testify, maybe you spoke to one of the victims and you're the advocate and you get called to the stand, you got to know how to, get up there and navigate through the cross-examination when you're talking to the defense. Now, I've never, from all my years of responding, I never had to take the stand from an emergency incident because we got a chain of custody, and I'm usually the first person. Like if I'm on the scene and I'm entering in the scene, you know, I was always bio 1. I don't know what bio 2. I was always leading on the responses. But yeah, I never had to get called up to court. Good thing, because man, I definitely wasn't trying to take no stand and have to describe, like, man, after a response, I used to go home and get drunk, man. The hell with that. Had to respond and then go to court and then tell them what the damn crime scene looked like. Well, not the crime scene, the incident scene. I wasn't on any crimes. All right. Box said, most of your income comes from court-related work, right? She said, no, maybe half. You raised your rate to $600. It's been the same for some time, but you raised it. She's basically saying she's just trying to bring it up to what the other ones are. $600 is crazy. $600 an hour, $6,000 for a day on the stand. Yeah, it's about to start raining. If my internet goes out, guys, you know how this German internet is. If it go out, the thunder is rolling in. If it goes out, I might switch over to my phone and we'll see if we can continue from there. So they're still trying to discredit her. Psychologist is asked about a testimony training she gave to the victim advocates. Judge ruling that they can do so. The defense is now asking Hughes about a training she gave, who may need to. She gave the victim advocates who may need to testify in court. When asked, Hughes said she believes the group was speaking received a grant from the Department of Justice up under the Violence Against Women Act, the VAWA, VAWA. I do have a VPN, but my internet's still German. My internet's still German, and then the VPN. I'm in New York actually right now on my VPN. I might be right outside the courthouse. Did Wendy Williams speak? Man, I don't think Wendy Williams is capable of taking the stand. And then under George, it said his attorneys reviewed the legal document, and it says Kaplan's immunity. They will testify later today. So I guess they're gonna finish this up pretty soon. I mean, all they has is the. See, this is what I'm talking about with the defense. You could say, yeah, they were getting at her for her credibility. They were breaking her down, but they haven't discredited anything. All right, so here we go. This is what they're trying to get into now. They said you've been retained hundreds of times, but you never came into court and testified in defense of a man accused of an X crime. She said, that's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. So they're probably gonna say, well, why are you here today? You just like to go against men? And all she has to do is say, no, I just like to come in here and use my expertise to make sure that battered women have a fair fighting chance within the courtroom. He trying though. I just don't know if we're getting I don't think that this is enough to persuade a jury from everything they've been hearing over the last couple of days. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about Wendy Williams coming in here to testify. Like I said, I don't even think Wendy Williams, I don't think she's capable of even coming to take the stand. Yeah, I'm not saying anything. The defense has been terrible in this case, nothing but else. I think the defense did all right with I think they did all right with maybe the Punisher. The Punisher didn't say that Diddy paid anything when they was talking to him. I mean, he did say Diddy threw down a stack of money and said, "I like this shit." We all were looking across the room like, "Diddy, you wild." But this is an expert. This is an expert psychologist for the, saying for the state, for the United States of America. Now, she gets $600 an hour though, 6,000 to be on the stand for a day. Shit, I'd be waiting outside the damn. I'd be waiting right outside the Department of Justice every single day. If I'm a lawyer, I mean, if I'm like an expert, I'm waiting right outside. What y'all need? What y'all need? Y'all need an expert? Y'all need an expert? What y'all need an expert on? You need an expert on ABCs? Yeah, I'm an expert on ABCs. Yeah. You how am I an expert? Shit. A, B, C, D, C, D, A, B, E. Hold on. I don't like being on the spot. E. I get a little nervous. F, H. No. G. G. Yeah. G. H. I'm an expert though. A, B, C. Maybe I'll do better like this. Z Y X W V U T S R Q P O N M L J I H G F E D C B A. Maybe I'll be better going backwards than I am going forward with my alphabet. Maybe I'm better going backwards. maybe I'm better going backwards. The psychologist never testified in defense of men accused of X crimes. She said, "I don't evaluate offenders." All right, so we got that. We're not getting anywhere, man. Boo! Get her off the stand. Hey, bring in George. We're good here, right? We're good here. Let's bring in George. Bring in George and let's see what the hell happened. Dyslexic? Nah, the alphabet backward is actually easy though. It's only 26 letters. All you got to do is member them in bunches of 5. Because then all you got is that one letter left. Or you can look at that first letter you start off with. A and Z would be the easy ones. So everything else, you just got to try to remember those in like groups of 5. So they're asking her how much did she get paid? Like, Bosch said, you met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare for your testimony, right? Correct. Can we have a sidebar? Jeez Louise. If I was on the stand and I was making $600 an hour, 6,000 to take the stand, and they said, "So Mo, You're charging $600 an hour to get up here and testify, correct? I would have said, yeah, I am. They would have said, your rates are going up. I would have said, I heard yours did too, Jonathan. So are you telling me that when you take payments from defendants and you know they're wrong and guilty, you still defend them? That's right, Jonathan. You do. You do. Because you're up here trying to discredit me for something that I do. All right, that's enough. Calm it down in my courtroom. No, it's Dr. Moore, OORE. We don't play around with the doctor. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a lawyer. I'm a doctor. We don't play around with that. It's OORE, capital M, lower cases to the rest. Eager said Cuba Gooden Jr. Nah, man. I apologize, guy. I'm trying everything I can right now. It's just we get a lot of sidebars and objection right now. This isn't a material witness. This is just an expert. So we're just waiting, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is the boring part, but we gotta go through it. We should be getting some activity. Shit, we only got an hour left. All right, hey, let's hurry it up. We got Kid Cudi on the stand tomorrow. Come on, man. Hey, Your Honor, we might have to go till 4. We might have to go to 4 today because we do need some witness. Dirk Diggler said, if the lube was slick, you must have quit. If they say some shit like that and they close him in closing arguments, if they say something like that and they closing arguments, let me tell y'all something. From me to y'all, that nigga's getting life. Cassie stayed in the house and took that cheddar like a good mouse. She stayed in the house because she couldn't leave the house. Kidnapping. Financial dependency. That's the same thing Dr. Hughes is just talking about. Dirk, okay. Dirk Diggler, okay. Dirk Diggler works directly with Dr. Hughes. Dirk Diggler is in agreement with Dr. Hughes, guys. He's saying that Cassie took that money and stayed. She was financially dependent on Diddy. The money is what made her stay around. Financial dependency. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Yeah, she stayed around. She couldn't go nowhere else. She ain't had no money. She had one album. Oh, we made it this far and y'all ain't even hyped me up yet. Y'all ain't hyped me up today. T said, I feel like this is the OJ trial for us. Y'all ain't even hyped me up today. I feel disgusted. Let me play my theme music.
You've been waiting so long. I'm here to answer your call.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know that I shouldn't have had you waiting at all.
put your hands together.
Hey, if y'all don't put y'all hands together right now for the princess of R&B.
For the princess of next selection. Make some noise.
BT, come on. What up? Work.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Yeah.
I love that part.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
What's up, Dr. Hughes? Come on. What? Work. All right. They are back. Now, he says they have back. He always do that, but, you know, he's in the courtroom. We can't say nothing. No, I ain't gonna lie to you. If he getting paid off of Twitter, boy, he running it up, man, because he getting 100,000 a tweet almost. They're back. Did you discuss the topics with the prosecution? Dr. Hughes said, with all due respect, It was mostly me educating them. Bach said, but you know nothing about the case. You were advising them on how to present evidence in a domestic violence case? No. She's gonna say, he's talking about you was advising them on how to present evidence in a domestic violence case. She's gonna say, no, I was telling them the stuff that I know, the same stuff that I said on the stand here. What are some things that we noticed? Showing them that I'm an expert, letting them know my experience. So I don't know what, like, Bach is trying to discredit them. You know, once we get off of here, probably online right now, everybody's probably saying, man, they tearing her up, man. She don't know what the hell she doing up there. But they haven't, in my opinion, they haven't defended anything. It's okay, she's getting $600 an hour. She's running it up on the motherfucking government. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get that bag. So now you're trying to put words. You advising them on how to present evidence in a domestic violence case? First of all, Bach, whoever the hell you, let's go find out who he is.
Yeah, boys. Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Yeah.
She's telling the crowd to work. There's a bunch of fucking kids out there. What's this dude's name? Bach? Or is it Back? I've been calling him Bach. Oh, Jonathan Bach. What up, Bob? Bob said, first of all, I like what you're wearing on your head. He's a weirdo. Hey, Bob, don't call yourself a weirdo, man. Don't come in here like, hey, have some self-respect. When you come in my channel, when you enter in my channel, you a weirdo. But when you enter my channel, have some self-respect. Bob, I need you to put your phone down and go look in the mirror and tell yourself you are somebody. Don't come in here degrading yourself. Over here, everybody's treated equal and fairly, Bob. Don't come in here calling yourself a weirdo. You can't out-troll me. No one can troll me on the internet because I don't give a shit what you say about me. All right. If you didn't know, nigga, I'm the motherfucking judge. That's what I got on my head, the motherfucking judge. Coming here asking me what I got on my head, nigga. Your name is Bob. Bob the Builder was a bald motherfucker. I got here. All right. We're trying to find out who this lawyer is. Shit. I do want to look up. Let me see. Lawyer, is he in New York? Is this him? I think this is him. Federal Defenders of New York. Oh, yeah. This is. Oh, we already looked him up. No, this ain't no way this is the dude that they got up there questioning right now. Oh man, this is who they got. So he's the chair of the board. He's a partner in the Shapiro. Or Artato Botch. He specializes in securities litigation, internal corporate investigations, white collar criminal defense, and complex commercial litigation. What this nigga got to do with goddamn criminal X trafficking? Where did he get these lawyers from? Just because they high paid? What? This is the second time we got a white collar defense attorney up here. Now I can see if they up here asking for money or something, but all right, so we continue on. You help them write briefs. Can we have a sidebar? Yes, but I'll keep it brief, shorter than the last. Sidebar hasn't, in fact, been shorter. We got another sidebar. Like, see, this guy, Jonathan and Anna, they specialize in securities litigation. So we're talking like stock market, internal corporate investigations, white collar criminal. What the fuck? Why would you bring them on to a? Yeah, business law, antitrust law, and securities law. Why would you bring him up? So they on another sidebar, guys. We just sitting around. So we probably won't even get George till tomorrow. We'll probably have George the assistant tomorrow and probably have Kid Cudi tomorrow. I would probably say that this is probably one of our first, I won't say wasted days, but one of the days we really haven't got anything besides the beginning with the special agent that was there, and we found out a little things that were in the house, but that was only 30 minutes. They were only on the stand for 30 minutes with them. Yeah, I'm trying to find any information on him. His name is John P. Yeah, he led litigations concerning securities and financial fraud. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is him here. Who the hell is Robert Newlander? All right, well, hold on. Jonathan may have put in some work. It says 2007, a man previously found guilty of murder walked free. A member of his defense team, Jonathan, now in Syracuse, defending Robert Newlander, after the former doctor was convicted of killing his wife. Oh, well, he wasn't on the initial case. He was previously found guilty in 2007, and then he joined on and got him off. The New York City-based attorney comes to the courthouse with over 30 years in his bio, and the firm Newlander is hired as in his appeal, winning his second trial at a higher court. All right, well, he won an appeal. Where's the case that he fought from the beginning? James said, not the type of lawyers usually call for in this case. Screens and mistrial grounds for was unfairly represented. He's probably gonna have to do an appeal. We're too far in for that, so they're probably gonna go through with the case. He probably have to file an appeal, and they'll probably disregard it because he had more than enough time to get them off the case. He had other lawyers on here who were representing him correctly that he could have consulted with. No, that case was in 2015 that he did. Well, no, that was in 2022. All right, well, like this is what he's look at this. This is in 2022. Newlander lawyer famously won $7 theft case, but Jonathan's biggest victories may remain secret. So he won a case for $7, and this is no one knows what his bigger cases are. And Diddy hired this guy? Who the fuck is Jonathan Bach? No, 2007 was the original murder. He was on the appeal in like 22 or 21 or whatever it was. This guy won a $7 theft case. And Diddy was like, let me hire this motherfucker. But his biggest victories may remain a secret. What? Jonathan once defended a cashier wrongfully charged with a federal crime for stealing $7 from a hospital cafeteria. He famously lugged her cash register into the trial in the Bronx Veteran Hospital. Police and chief press buttons marked Jell-O in a candy bar to prove her bosses had no idea how the cash register worked. The case was won soon after when a federal detective acknowledged finding several crumpled dollar bills in the machine. Hey man, Diddy's getting life. Diddy's getting life. He ain't, I had it. The only way I could say I could speak freely now because I ain't got the robe on. You don't even know how to use the register, and there's $7 inside the machine. This dude must have had a dad that was an attorney or something, man. I'm out the robe, so I can talk shit about the whole court now. Jonathan asked her about 6 meetings she had with the prosecutors concerning her testimony, some of which have been since the trial started. Hughes maintained the prosecutors have not discussed specifics of the case with her. Just a couple Google search. A $7 case, and they said, you know what? This sounds like the perfect guy. You might as well get a nigga that ain't never went to court, the criminal trial before. Nigga. You remember the guy who was trying to get the appeal? New York High Court puts an end to Robert Newlander's appeal 12 years after the murder of wife. Guess who was his lawyer? Jonathan was. Newlander is now 72, is serving a 20-year to life sentence after 2 juries, 7 years apart, found him guilty. This nigga Jonathan didn't even win that case. This nigga's 20 years to life. They didn't Google this guy. He was found guilty in 2015, came back in 2022, Mr. $7 winner took the case on. They said, nigga, get the fuck out of here. 20 to life, nigga. 20 to life. And Diddy hired this nigga. 20 to life. 3 Google searches, and we found out that this nigga did a $7 case and then got a nigga 20 to life on the appeal. He was first found guilty in 2015. The case went back to Syracuse for a second trial in 2022, where he was found guilty again. They said, nigga, you know what you're going to do with that appeal? You're going to ball that appeal up, turn your old ass around, put one hand on the counter, go get you some of that Astroglide, because Diddy's about to join you, ball that motherfucker up, dip it in that Astroglide, and shove that appeal up your ass, nigga. You got 20 to life. Get the fuck out the court. Jonathan came in there, yeah, we're going to get you off on this appeal. Life, nigga. Now you got this nigga up here talking about, so you get paid $600 an hour. I once had a client that they said stole $7. Life, nigga. The fuck is going on here? Who hired this nigga? This nigga didn't even try the case. He just came in on the appeal. And when he came in, they said, you know what? The first sentence wasn't good enough. You came and said you want to do an appeal, 20 years to life, nigga. That's where it got it from. Life, nigga. An appeal. What was the little girl name on Life? He said, how long you think he should go to jail for, sweetheart? She said, 20 days, Dad. 20 days? 20 days. Oh, such a sweetheart. Kiss on her forehead. 20 to life. And Diddy said, you know what? That sounds like a guy I want to hire. A nigga that got somebody off for $7 and then someone that got a nigga 20 to life. But this is what I asked y'all yesterday, a legitimate question. If this dream team doesn't win this case for Diddy and he's found guilty on all charges, each one of these lawyers, they are no longer considered a dream team. Take your ass back to state cases because this federal shit ain't nothing to play with. But I want to ask, since everybody called Tony Busby ambulance chaser, what do you call every one of the lawyers, all 9 of them that represented Diddy? If he's found guilty on all 5 charges, what do you call all of them? Ambulance chasers? They were just chasing the $10 million that Diddy put up. You got to give them the same flack that you give anyone else. They call this a dream team, the $1 million team. Diddy put up $10 million. If he's found guilty on all charges, I don't want to hear nothing about none of these. Now, granted, these are good lawyers. Diddy put them in some shit. But what I'm saying is they only took this case because they knew Diddy was handing out $1 million to niggas. So that's no different than Tony Busby taking all of those people out there that are quote unquote victims, whether they're lying or not. We all knew once we seen the tape, Diddy was going to go to jail for some shit. But guess what? When you're a lawyer, your job is to take a case regardless. If they in it, I mean, if you got morals, you can say, I'm not going to take it. But your job is to take the case and defend whatever that client got going on. A lawyer's job is to lie to get your ass out of trouble. So I don't want to hear nothing about Brian Steele, Mr. Rico. You didn't beat the Rico. Thug pled guilty. Thug on 15 years probation. He fuck up, he gone. So no. Maybe it's a dream team in the sense of Diddy dreaming he will win. I'm just talking shit. Nothing against these lawyers. They passed the bar. They're lawyers. If they lose, it's because I don't think it's because they're incompetent. they're going to lose because this is a tough case. There was already nothing that you could really fight off of. Just seeing the video of the domestic violence, we got proof of the freak offs. We got proof that money was exchanged. We got proof that people were flying to different places. So there's already guilt in all of those aspects. But now we just adding on. Because the guns with the serial numbers marked off, Cassie ain't do nothing with that. The coke, Cassie ain't do nothing with that. The meth, Cassie ain't do nothing with that. Cocaine, Cassie ain't do nothing with that. You know, each one of those drugs are different charges, right? You know, when they arrest you, they say they got 15 pounds of cocaine. They don't say 100 pounds total. They say they got 15 pounds of this drug. They got 10 pounds of this drug, because some drugs may be a controlled substance. Some, you see what I'm saying? So that ain't because of Cassie. When he got arrested with cocaine on him, that ain't because of Cassie. Well, the thing about this is my secret. All right, cross-examination ends. On redirect, they're asking the psychologist to evaluate court filings. Man, bring in the witness. Here's my secret, guys. Ain't no one gonna like what I'm about to say. The reason Johnny Cochran won, one, he was a hell of a lawyer. But hear me out. OJ ain't do it. That's why Johnny won. OJ ain't do it. I heard he was in Chicago when it happened. And he cut his hand doing the yard earlier in the day. That's what I heard in court. But nah, all right. So really, it's just the same thing. They wanted to review her testimony. Jonathan didn't really get anything. Of course, you're not going to see any blog sites or anyone else actually looking up who these lawyers are and what they've done. They're just, all you're going to see is, and if you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord. Watch. I'm going to start posting stuff in there. Everything that we talked about, watch. Everybody gonna be saying, "Oh, they ate her up there," when this nigga didn't ask nothing but how much money did you make? This nigga won. The only case that we could find of this nigga winning is a $7 fucking cafeteria Jello goddamn money missing. We just seen a case where a nigga got 20 to life. They said we don't even know what we want to give you, nigga. Might get 20 today, might be life tomorrow. Whatever comes first, nigga. You either do 20 years or you get life. You survive that 20, you getting life. Man, this motherfucker got 20 to life with Jonathan fucking around. Man, it said the jury would unanimously found this motherfucker guilty. Unanimous. That means everybody just looked over there. Man, guilty. That nigga's guilty. Yeah, so the incident happened in 2012. He was found guilty in 15, and then in 22, Jonathan came around and Jonathan busted the case wide open, got that nigga 20 years. Let's see if we can find another case for Jonathan real quick. Jonathan shares his journey as he attempts to forge a relationship with his long estranged father, Arthur. So his dad was an author, but we just figured it out. Shapiro, Arto, Botch, Dynamite Trio, a head-turning alternate to Big Law. Let's check it out. Together, They're criminal defense attorney and entertainment IP lawyers. Create a uniquely comprehensive perspective from a boutique firm. Let me see something. The only reason Bach is here, in the years since we first spoke with the pair, the venture to the firm has expanded significantly. Former head of Cooley Island's New York practice, Jonathan Bach, who's on Diddy's case, joined this firm in 2019. Bach, who is also the husband. So the only reason he's here is because his first lady is his wife. The only reason he's a partner at this law firm is because his wife was a lawyer that worked there. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad lawyer because he's a white collar crime, financial shit, entertainment IP, your intellectual property, LLCs and shit, copyrights, trademarks. This nigga is not a criminal defense lawyer. He's here because his wife is a good lawyer. His wife is an appellate lawyer. Cynthia Artato is the criminal defense attorney, and this nigga's the entertainment and IP lawyer. Why didn't you hire the lady in the middle? She's the criminal defense attorney. You didn't contact your wife for that damn appeal? She's an appellate lawyer. You didn't contact her before you went over there and got that nigga Richard 20 years to life? Hey, wife, I got this case, man. This shit crazy. We in this appeal. Can you help me out? Oh, I can't help you, honey. You got it. This is your first big trial. Life. Tell me, how did I get life? Jonathan got me life. Just about to see the dollar signs. Then I hired this nigga John. John took my appeal to court. The judge gave me life. God damn it, John. Now we over here doing a little digging because ain't no one else gonna do the research on who the fuck these lawyers are that Diddy got. There's 2 white-collar criminal goddamn lawyers that he got, and he ain't got no financial trouble. We got the extortion. You could have had Jonathan come up there for the extortion maybe, but having him cross-examine on day 8, we ain't heard from this motherfucker in 8 days, and this is who we bring up. This motherfucking entertainment and IP goddamn lawyer. Mr. $7 man, I like that. Mr. $7 man. This nigga won a case for $7, and they said his biggest cases may still be a secret. There ain't no big cases. His big cases, a nigga got a big amount of years. Life, motherfucker. Goddamn got 20 years. That's the big case. Yeah, the big case is a goddamn big sentence that came along with that motherfucker. Open the case up. The last sentence in that motherfucker says you will receive 20 years to life, period. Close the book. It's over with. Nigga, get your ass up out of here. Hopefully the check cleared. Got this motherfucker up here wasting our motherfucking time. We done wasted a whole goddamn day listening to this nigga talk about you made $600. That's kind of high, huh? Shut your weak ass up, Jonathan. Now, this ain't defamation. I'm just going off the 2 cases you got, my brother. And I'm pretty sure you're a hell of a lawyer when it comes to entertainment shit. But this criminal defense shit ain't for you, man. This is motherfucking, this the real deal. This is playing with niggas' lives, not niggas' pocketbooks. Goddamn Jonathan that got up here. So we're going over it. You're a board certified forensic state. So that's it. I mean, it's over with for there. D talking about he got done with like, hey, look, when that nigga sat down. That nigga sat down and looked at his phone and seen that the check cleared. This is what this nigga did to his wife. Oh, that nigga turned around, looked at his wife. It cleared, baby. It cleared, baby. And what I do is one day before sentencing, I'd quit. So this shit wouldn't go on my record as a loss. Hell no, I stepped away from this shit. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. E-Dub said, all I hear in this case is hearsay and freaky Diddy. That's all Cassie getting whooped could have been. Jealous and rage does not make him a trafficker. Well, E-Dub, you haven't been paying attention. You haven't been paying attention. You since people don't listen to me and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm not a lawyer, and I tell you guys that, so don't take any legal advice from me. Let's listen to a board certified lawyer that knows a little something about the law and let him explain why this isn't just a jealous Cassie case.
You know, he had these freak offs, and he admits to having these freak offs. You know, I mean, you can have them. You can have freak offs. They're not illegal, but it is illegal to pay somebody to have sex with another person. That's prostitution. That's illegal. And it becomes federal if you have them come in from Philadelphia to New York, and that becomes transportation for the purpose of the sex act. You know, that's commercial sex trafficking. And then it becomes even worse when you have a pattern of this activity, which we have that because we have more than one, and we have this non-consensual pattern of activity. So that's the whole RICO, that's the whole sex trafficking, that's the transportation across state lines. Those are the three charges that he's dealing with. This case will probably be wrapped up next week, I'm guessing. You know, federal court goes a lot quicker than state court. Remember the OJ case that lasted like 6 or more months. It was insane how long that lasted. Never would happen in federal court, ever. Federal court would tell you, you got 3 weeks to try this case. See you later. I'm in one right now. I'm in a federal RICO case right now.
So there you go. Cassie could be jealous all she wants. But the moment you fly Cassie to another state and then you fly in a prostitute from another state, you got trafficking and you got prostitution. The moment you pay somebody for a sexual act, you got the prostitution. And then once you go across state lines, it becomes federal. But then you got the RICO. Well, guess what? Since Diddy got arrested, we found guns with the serial number scratched off. We know that there were drugs at the party. We know that they already arrested Diddy's alleged drug mule. We got full testimony from everybody. We also seen Diddy beating on her, which falls up under intimidation, which goes up under RICO. Once he was dragging her from the elevator, he wasn't letting her leave. That's kidnapping. So that video right there already explained everything, because a freak off was going on because there was another guy in there that they paid for sex. So not only did they have the prostitution going on in the room, once Diddy dragged her from the elevator, he was impeding her from leaving, which is considered kidnapping, taking somewhere, moving someone against their own will is kidnapping. So it doesn't matter with what you heard. We saw everything that he's charged for. There you go. Coercion by force and kidnapping is on the hotel video. Once you drag somebody and pull them somewhere against their will, and you seen them dragging her down the hallway. So they went from in the lobby with the elevator into the hallway. If you're in the house and you take someone into the next room, that is kidnapping. You can get kidnapping from moving someone from the living room to a bedroom. So that's just that. Again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I personally don't give a damn. I'm just giving you guys the information. Of course, everyone's gonna have their own opinions, but this is my channel, so we do things my way. He said, I'll stick to power. What up, E-Dub? You know, I'm talking shit, but yeah, man. I mean, shit. I mean, we just gonna see. Yeah, he probably should have took the plea. The plea would have probably been, I'm thinking the plea probably would have been like 20, 25 years. which would have been all right. He would have got out 70. Man, my dad is 74. My dad's still bucking like 5 deuce 4 tray. Like Diddy would have got out. Yeah, you wouldn't have been living that lifestyle no more. You would have been broke when you got out. You know, we see you on the other side because your kids are talentless, except for Quincy. At least he's acting. But yeah, your boys, they're not worth a damn. They ain't doing shit. They were just living off daddy's money. They were getting cars repossessed. But then again, we know that Diddy had financial problems of his own. Now his broke and our broke is different, but Diddy had meth at his Miami house. So that's letting us know how far gone this nigga was. He was blowing through money. Remember, Scott Storch blew through 90 million. So Diddy blowing through a couple hundred M's, that's not unfathomable. You know what I mean? That's like, you can believe that he did that. 140 million in mortgages, 8 different loans. He was refinancing, owed $98 million off that 140. He lost the Ciroc deal because we found out that he was using the marketing budget to pay his own employees to throw parties with the money. So Diddy was never really a good businessman. Diddy was just fucking off. He may have started off looking like a good businessman, but we know that all of his musical deals were terrible. What was his Sting? If they didn't come and get their money, he was going to sample that song and try to make money for the rest of his life off of it. But that nigga came and said, no, I need that motherfucking 95. That's like 20,000 a month. He got to pay him for the rest of the life or some shit like that. Some goofy shit like that. So Diddy's been screwing people over and now it's all caught up with him. Again, I'm not here to say if he's innocent or guilty. That's on the jury. I'm just saying the charges that he has, what I've been seeing lines up with that shit. But I do want to know what that they'll probably release what the plea deal was, maybe at the end of the trial, and be like, yeah, this is what Diddy was offered. But it may have been a 30 piece. It may have been what R. Kelly got. It may have been a 30. Let me see, 30 years, that'll put him at 80. So you gotta do 80% though. So 80 times 3, 21. So he'd have to do at least 22 years, 23 years. So that still put him as, yeah, you might, well. Yeah, I probably would have. Oh, it's 2,000 per day. I knew it was either like 2,000 per day or 20,000 a month, but yeah, it's like $2,000 a day for the rest of the life. And people think that's small. That's all I ask for. If I can make $1,000, like just now, if I had a hustle to make me an extra $1,000 a week, oh, I'd be living like a king. Yeah, hey, what up, Detroit? Yeah, basically he in debt. Like we said, once all this came out, everything started getting exposed. He got one mortgage. He got 2 mortgages that are due in 2029, and that's about 50 million. The other ones are in 2036, which was I think that was like the 48 million. Like, man, he didn't own none of his houses. All right, here we go. Now, all right, we're back, guys. But I ain't putting all this on. We good. As far as Diddy's finances, Diddy had 8 loans taken out. So all of his houses, he didn't own none of them houses. He had one house in he had the house in LA that he's trying to sell now for 60 million. He got 3 houses in Miami. He took out $140 million worth of loans through 8 different well, not 8 different banks, but he got 8 different loans totaling $140 million. 2 of the loans are due in 2029, worth $50 million. He owes $98 million. So that means the other 2 that are the other 2 mortgages that are due by 2036 is about $48 million because he owes $98 million out of that 140. So remember, he tried to put up a package talking about 50. That was his mom's house. The reason the feds, the main reason they declined all of this is because they feel like he's a flight risk and they don't want him to get away. This is a high profile case. We don't want no bond. But another reason they didn't take that bail package from him is because he don't own none of those houses. The banks own all of that shit. So while Diddy is talking about black ownership, black entrepreneurship, this nigga wasn't doing none of that. Bad Boy is making a lot of money, but it ain't making the same money it was making in the 90s. So what was he doing? He was taking the marketing budget from Ciroc. Remember that lawsuit? He took the marketing budget from Ciroc after they gave this nigga $1 billion. He took the marketing budget of $15 million a year and was having freak offs, renting private yachts with it, giving gift bags, sex toys to people. So that's why they made him drop that case. And I know a lot of people were saying, oh, they trying to bring Diddy down. But Diddy was trying to use the black community, talking about, oh, you was only marketing us to the urban population. No, Diddy, you marketed to the urban. You always was in the rap videos with that shit. We didn't never see you reaching out to none of the white folk for that. You wanted to sell that bullshit to us. So then when you go to court, you try to use us, but only for the court documents to expose that you were tricking off the money on your own personal expenses. So everybody was thinking, oh, Diddy suing Diageo. They dropped this case on him because Diddy sued the billionaires. No. They were willing to continue to work with Diddy, but they found out that this nigga was embezzling the money, buying fucking yachts, renting them out, and throwing parties. He wasn't using the budget to market. So they like, nigga, you talking about all this urban shit. We're giving you marketing money. Budget that. You got the marketing budget. Market that shit to the white folk then. But what did he do with the $15 million every year he was getting? He was tricking this shit off, throwing these dumbass fucking freak offs. Now it's all making sense. So they didn't do this to get at Diddy. They separated themselves because they were like, dude, whatever you're doing in them bullshit ass parties, we don't want nothing to do with that. Diddy was stealing, that's why they put it in the case. Diddy was stealing $15 million of our marketing money to throw those parties. We don't want shit with them parties. Because then what? The enterprise, then it can come in. Diageo was throwing them parties. Whoa. We gave that nigga marketing money. We didn't tell that nigga to throw no parties. Well, Trump has another situation. We'll talk about that after we get to George. See, Trump got a $468 million settlement that he's gonna have to pay up to New York. It's in appellate court, but I doubt they give the whole $468 million. It'll probably be like $200 million, and he'll probably have a dumbass donors and shit pay that off. Right now, he's finessing the country of a $460 million private jet. Well, it ain't private jet. It's a 747 or 767, whatever the fuck it is. But he's trying to get the government to pay for it. That's the whole thing. I can break that down later. But all right, we got George about to get back on the stand, man. Good old George. All right, so what we got next is Diddy's former personal assistant. Excuse me, jeez Louise. All right. All right. Former Diddy executive assistant George Kaplan takes a stand. George Kaplan, a former executive assistant for Diddy, is now taking the stand. He is witness number 12 by the prosecution. Check this out. Kaplan had received a subpoena requiring him to testify earlier today. He invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to testify on the grounds of potential self-incrimination, but the judge indicated you got to sign an immunity deal in order to require you to testify. Now, you can plead the Fifth about anything that incriminates you, but you do have now what the judge is saying is you can't plead the Fifth. Anything you say won't be used against you. So you can tell everything that you did, whatever crimes you committed with Diddy, but you got to sign that immunity deal. But also, if we find out that you lying, you're going to get hit with perjury. You're going to go to jail. So now George is about to tell everything. And remember, this is not a state case. So he can't get up there and say, I don't recall, I don't remember. You got to answer this in the federal case. They don't play around. So he's about to get up here and tell everything he knows. And he can talk about any crimes that, oh yeah, I bought drugs and gave it to Diddy. Yeah, see, the feds is different than the state. This ain't YSL. This is you gonna tell. This ain't YSL. This is really you gonna tell.
I'm gonna tell.
So the judge said, no. If you plead the fifth, we can come after you. So you need to sign you an immunity deal and you need to testify truthfully. All right, so this is where we're at right now. Let me see. Okay. So we got the state's attorney asking, what did you do? George said, I carried his bags. Made such things. Made sure such things. What? All right, I get it. I got to fill in the blanks when he tweets because he doesn't give us complete sentences because of the characters. He said, I carried his bags. I made sure things were where they needed to be when he needed them. As he trusted me more, he had more around me. I set up the hotel rooms. How many hours a week did you work? 80 to 100 hours a week. Excuse me. How much did you get paid? He said, I started off at $125,000 a year to start. Okay. What did you do in the morning? I make sure everything was in the bathroom. The breakfast was cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. 100 hours a week for 125,000. $125 for a 100-hour work week? Nigga, please. That better be coming with living expenses, but you the personal assistant, so you gonna have to live in the house. So you seen the free costs. You don't need your own car because you're the personal assistant, so you're gonna be riding in the vehicle with them. 120, man, hell no. For Diddy to be talking bad to you. So you guys were talking about the RICO, forced labor. If you making people work too long, like, come on, that ain't right. 100 hours, like, come on, man. All right. Combs' former assistant says he worked 80 to 100 hours a week. George said he worked for Diddy, and his day would typically start around 9:30 a.m. He would make sure the chef and the housekeeping staff were ready for the day. He said he would also make sure Combs' bathroom was set up with his toiletries and medications. His bathroom ain't like how junky is the bathroom getting from day to day? Just take the medicine and put the medicine back on the counter. The earliest he could ever remember finishing up a day was around 5 or 6 p.m. and the latest he could remember was around 7 a.m. He typically worked 80 to 100 hours a week and was paid about $125,000. George started at Combs Enterprises in 2013. They put the word enterprise in there because that's what we need to do. Figure out the enterprise is paying for something. George started working at Combs Enterprise in 2013, later promoted to Combs executive assistant. George started in Combs Enterprise in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer, who I think is Carrie Corum. I don't know if she was that at that time. About 10 months later, he was promoted to Diddy's executive assistant. And yep, I was right. He reported straight to Christina Corum, the former chief of staff, who he said essentially ran his life. This is also who Cassie and what was the friend name? Carrie went to. After Diddy abused them, Carrie went to Christina Corum, was like, hey man, what the hell's going on? So George, he's seen all of this. And that's why he wanted to plead the fifth. Because George know he was in on some of this shit. But this is where all the co-conspirators are. The conspirators are turned into witnesses. That's why Diddy's on the RICO by himself. All right. So who was the security? We had Uncle Paulie, we had D-Rock, and Ruben. Later, licensed security in the second half of 2015. How frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? Multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever. So this is multiple conversations that they're having with multiple questions that they're going through. But one thing we know about Diddy that we seen through the other assistant, David James, that nigga Diddy loved his iPad. He loved his drugs. All right. Did he threaten you? He threatened my job. How often? He said maybe monthly. So this right here is coercion. This is forcing people. You can't be threatening jobs. You can't be, hey man, you're gonna lose your job. You can't be doing employees like that. Maybe monthly. He said he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he went He went to me for a 1 liter water and I brought back 2 half liters. He said no. All right, so we got the executive assistant that's about to give us all the nitty gritty. Combs hired a more polished security team in 2015. This is around the time they pulled up on Suge Knight. Diddy hired licensed security group in the second half of 2015. His former executive assistant, George, said, this group was more professional and more polished than Combs' former longtime security guards and seemed to have a lot of real-time training, Kaplan said. Yeah, NBC is too far behind, so we're going to have to just cancel them like Nino. We got what we've been looking for. We said we wanted to know what the hell was going on.
Cassie, come on.
What's up, BT? What?
Let's go. Work. A lot of so the thing about Diddy, a lot of his masters in music is in his mama's name. A lot of that's in his mama's name. That's what Chopper from Bad Boy even said. And Chopper from Bad Boy said that in the interview. He's like, yeah, you can't get nothing from Diddy. Because Diddy put everything in his mama's name as far as his music and shit goes. But they definitely going to take Sean Combs. They're going to take Bad Boy Records. And you know if he's found guilty, the feds, they get to seize all of his properties. They're taking everything. Everything he got, Bad Boy Records, they're seizing every single thing because guess what? Bad Boy Records got wired $20,000 from Cassie's mama. That extortion, oh yeah, Bad Boy was a part of it because his assistant sent that email saying, here's how you wire the money to Bad Boy Records. So Bad Boy Records is about to be Fed Records. That Last Train to Paris album is about to be called Last Train to the Feds. Yeah, if he's found guilty on this, they're taking everything. It's over with. George's daily communication with Combs included requests for clothing, requests for food, requests for drugs. He communicated with Combs daily, exchanging texts. So we probably got the text. Calls, probably got the call log. Emails multiple times a day about things he needed, which could include clothing or potentially food from somewhere, or drugs, or liquor, or an iPad, or a speaker. Last Train to the Feds. That's a new album about to drop. That motherfucking Diddy Dirty Money. It's about to be called that Dirty Money. That group that he was in is about to be called Fed Money when they get done with you. All right. How did you travel? On his jet or going in advance to make sure it was all set up? How did you set up the hotel rooms? There was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candle, Astroglide, baby oil. Who bought this? Often me. In what cities did you set up the room? Now we're getting to the trafficking, guys. In what cities did you set up the hotel rooms? We already got the Diddy's, you know what I'm saying, coercing them to set up these freak offs, which drugs are going to be supplied at, where prostitution is going to. So all of this that's what the feds are linking all of this to. I know it may not, it may not be as glamorous as you want it to be, where people are thinking he's picking Cassie up, throwing her in a van, driving to a different city, having people. No, it's not like that. It's in black and white. But now your employees that you are paying through Bad Boy are paying to set this up, which we just heard the assistant say you were requesting drugs from them. You were doing all of this. So that's where all this RICO stuff is coming from. And there's been a pattern because this is back in 2015 he's talking about. So in what cities did you set up the hotel rooms? LA, New York, Miami. In LA, Mr. C Bel Air, the Intercontinental. In New York, shit, Trump Towers, fucking Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS. How was it booked? Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White. Guess what happened? When Diddy got arrested in New York, there was prescription bottles. What was the name in? Oh, that's right, Frank Black. Guess what's the federal offense? To have prescriptions in a false name. guess what? This is corroborated by who? Cassie. What Cassie say? Oh, sometimes we book stuff under the name of Frank Black. So now we got all the cities that we went to. We know that drugs were at all these spots. We know that Diddy was paying for this stuff, or Bad Boy. Booked under the alias of Frank Black. Frank Black aligns with the prescriptions that were found in Diddy's hotel room when he got arrested, along with the pink powdery substance, cocaine, along with the, well, it wasn't along with, because the meth was down in Miami. I don't know if there's any meth up in down New York, but the meth was in the Miami home, which was raided, which still ties into this. But we talking about the Frank Black, because in that prescription bottle, they said they had other pills that weren't along with that prescription. They had the liquid. No, wait. They had the liquid meth. Yeah, that was in Miami. I'm getting all the drugs mixed up. There's so many drugs everywhere. Yeah, you can have the prescriptions in the pseudonym, but guess what? The Frank Black bottle didn't have prescripts in there. MDMA was in there. That's illegal. And whose bottle was it in? Oh, Frank Black. You know you can't, you know you're not supposed to put other drugs in a bottle. That's illegal, right? Whatever the label on the bottle is, that drug has to be in that bottle. You know it's illegal to put other drugs in a bottle, right? You see what I'm saying? So the law is right there in the black and white. Yeah, you can have a pseudonym if that's what you're going to, but you got to have the doctor that actually signs off on it. But you better have the drug that's on that prescription inside of there. If, like, when you go through TSA, if they open it up and they look in there and this bottle says Tylenol and there's a different drug in there, you will get in trouble for that shit. So it's got to be the drug that's on the prescription. And it, trust me, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was cocaine in the room, MDMA. It was all kinds of wild shit. Xanax, like, come on, man. All right. But this is what we've been waiting on. Entertainment, guys. All right. So they asked, would you clean up the rooms? He said, yes. Bottles of baby oil. Gatorade. Guess what Cassie said? The first time she took X was in a Gatorade bottle. Oh, no. She said she took X, but she didn't know that the X was in the Gatorade bottle. You remember that? Cassie testified she took X for the first time and she didn't know it was in a Gatorade bottle. So I'm not saying there was stuff in the Gatorade, but I'm just saying Cassie said that happened. All right, he said yes. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. That's meth. A brown crystallized powder. Oh, that's PCP. A pale yellowish to tan brown powder. Crystal meth. That's what I told you. I knew it. So now he said he cleaned up the rooms. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, brown crystallized powder. We can assume that that's meth on the counter of a bathroom sink. Why did you clean up, not the hotel staff? It was implied, protect his public image. I was keen on doing that. Explain. Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. No, we're going to hear about these drugs. We're going to hear about cleaning up these rooms because this is up under the Bad Boy Enterprise. Bad Boy Enterprise booked this. Yeah, we're going to hear about this. Overruled. Stand down, defense. I ain't even got my robe on. I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests. Did he reach out to you from the room? He said for food, clothes, sometimes drugs. I did. What drugs? Adopt kit. Dina said, how do I know all of this? How do I know, like, what? Like, what part are you talking about? What? I mean, I don't know anything. I'm just reading what the hell is going on. I'm just reading. What part are you asking do I know? So that brown crystallized powder could either be crystal meth, which I doubt is cocaine because I'm pretty sure Diddy can get some higher quality cocaine. And remember, crack is whack. But we found out that there was liquid meth down in the Miami house. So I'm assuming that that's probably what this was. Now it's all alleged. What is? I'm pretty sure I know what this is. A toiletry bag designed to hold grooming. Oh yeah, just Dop kit. Now, because I was an emergency responder, so I've dealt with different type of drugs and stuff because we got like HAP sites, we got a hazmat ID. So the equipment that I use with inside of these drugs, so how you can test for drugs is inside of drugs they have proteins. So every single protein that's known to man, as far as right now, we had a hapsite ID. And you could take a powder and you could put it on this machine. And then you pull the handle down and there's a diamond in there. And the diamond shoots a laser through the diamond and it analyzes what's in the proteins. So I sampled meth, I sampled cocaine, I sampled asbestos, we done mold. So I've done all of that. That's what I did while I was in the military. So that's what I know about. And then this is a DOP kit, but sometimes it's referred to a dope kit because this is what Ray Charles used to walk around with. You would think it's just a toiletry bag, but on the inside, you got your needles and you got the shit you can shoot up with. So that's why when they say the DOP kit, I'm thinking dope kit, but it's a DOP kit, which is just a travel toiletry. But inside of there, you got like your little drugs and stuff. That's what Ray. Remember when you go back and watch Ray, he had that little kit, but it was a dope kit. You know what I'm saying? He just had his drugs in there. No, I can't give you no expert testimony because I ain't run those samples on this. I wasn't no officer. All I was just enlisted. So I run it all and I can read all, like I can do all of the sampling and stuff, but that was the good old days. All right. He frequently okay, so we got some information here. We got the daily communications. Combs' ex-assistant says rapper frequently threatened his job. A former assistant to Diddy testified. Okay, we know about that. Combs will remark that he wanted to be surrounded by the best people. Those around him at the time were not performing at that level. So he was threatening them about their job. Not performing at that level. Combs was angry and other times motivational, he said. During the first week of working with Combs, he assigned George to fill up a 1-gallon BPA free water bottle at Whole Foods. Now, remember, water bottles, they aren't EPA regulated. So I've been telling y'all for years that water bottles can come from just regular tap water and they can lie to you about anything because there's no EPA regulation on that. And now it's actually coming out and people are talking about it. But I'm like, I told you. All right. So he told him to fill up a BPA free water bottle, 1 gallon at Whole Foods. The store didn't have it, so he brought back 2 half-gallon bottles instead. Combs angrily told him he did not want the water that he brought him. And he was close to my face. He said he traveled with Combs to set up the hotel rooms, New York, Miami, Atlanta, D.C., and Orlando. He would fly on Combs' private jet or get there in advance. To make sure that the room was set up properly. He also testified that the first time he was told to set up a hotel room, he was given a bag and told to unpack. The bag had clothes, a speaker, candles, baby oil, liquor. So we went over this Astro Glide. It was his first time with the same supplies. Look at this. After the first time, he said he would often buy the same supplies with the corporate credit card. He also said that Combs or Christina, the former chief of staff, would usually instruct him how to set up the room. So Christina's probably gonna have to take the stand. Part of my role was to protect Combs, and this is where he's talking about selling the photos. The rooms were usually reserved under the name Frank Black, which referenced the late rapper Bad Boy Records and Notorious B.I.G., who went by Frank White. Kaplan's understanding was Combs would have guests or a female partner join him in the hotel rooms. After that, Combs would leave the room. George would enter and pack up the belongings and tidy up the place. George said he came to an understanding. Part of his role was protecting Combs' interests and his image. Protecting him and protecting his public image was very important. And that was something I was very keen to doing. Typically, there'll be Gatorade bottles, liquor bottles, baby oil, Stern all around, thrown all around the hotel room after Combs left. We got some updates. He testified he picked up drugs for Diddy. He recounted 2 times he picked up drugs for Diddy. Once in Miami, once in Los Angeles. He said both times Diddy's Diddy gave Kaplan number. Wait, he said both times Diddy gave him cash and a number to call. And then Kaplan arranged to pick up the drugs. One time he picked up MDMA. The other time he didn't know what the substance was. The jury is dismissed for the day. Former assistant will continue testimony tomorrow. All right, let's go see. Assistant Comey says she was about 30 minutes of questioning left. So they're going to be pretty quick with him. They're going to get straight to the nitty gritty. What drugs? Did you see any freak offs? Did you see any aggression? We're going to go back a little bit. How did you travel private jet? So he was cleaning up the rooms. He met a person in Hollywood, MDMA. All right, so we really didn't get much, but we did get enough to get us started tomorrow. So it looks like George is going to be on the stand tomorrow and finish up. They say they got 30 minutes of that. So they're probably, after this, they're probably going to go in. Did you witness any freak offs? Did you see anybody consume drugs? Did Diddy hand anybody drugs? Because that's what they're going to really be trying to get on, the distribution. Did Diddy hand drugs to anybody? Did Diddy offer drugs to anybody? Did someone seem too intoxicated? Was there money being exchanged? And he's going to answer yes to all of this. And then the defense is going to have to come in and say, why did Diddy fire you? Well, he didn't fire me. I quit because of the things I saw. But you stayed around for this long, so you know what the defense is going to have to do. But I want to see if the defense is actually going to try to defend some of the prostitution type. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see. And I want to know who's going to be on the cross. This is where they need to bring Brian Steele up. In my opinion, this is the one. Hey, you need to bring Brian Steele up on this one because we can get rid of some of the. See, it's just too hard to get rid of some of the stuff. The video is already enough to goddamn get them. But now you got everybody testifying, talking about shit. You said nothing I say will be used against me. Me and Diddy did coke on a boat on the back of a butt. Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds? Was it a man or a female butt? There's a man butt. So we're going to see what the defense does tomorrow. We also have Kid Cudi taking the stand. Yeah, Kid Cudi is expected to take the stand tomorrow. Prosecutors plan to call. Damn. I told you they ain't playing. Look, Kid Cudi takes the stand tomorrow. Prosecutors plan to call 5 witnesses tomorrow after George. So tomorrow we'll have 5 witnesses up there, including Kid Cudi. Comey says she expects them to be relatively short. Witnesses signaled and that they will finish the day early. The rapper Kid Cudi briefly dated Cassie, is scheduled to testify. What? That's what he said on the stand. I thought he said they did crack on the coke on the back of the. So remember we were talking about? They not playing around. They're going to get 5 witnesses up tomorrow. So we're going to have 6 people on the stand. That means about 30 minutes, 25. Well, it probably won't even be that. It'll probably be 10 minutes. Hey, did you see this? Did you do this? What happened there? Okay, you did? Okay, thanks. Defense, you're up. Damn. So right now, it ain't looking good for Diddy. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, you can judge it how you want. For me, I mean, you got the executive assistant, the person that was there saying that he was setting up these hotel rooms, who was getting paid this money, who I think said he quit because he seen the abuse. And I mean, everybody can't be lying. Everyone can't be telling their own random wild ass story over time, and it aligns perfectly with another story. Everyone's not going to be able to get on the stand and recollect the damn incident that happened. And this is going to be what? This was 12. So we're going to be at 17 witnesses within 2 weeks. Yeah, so we're going to see. I mean, but Kid Cudi takes the stand tomorrow. And the thing about Kid Cudi is Kid Cudi is tied into the extortion. Remember, Diddy was mad that Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. So he called Cassie's mom and said, y'all owe me $20,000. That's when Bad Boy Records extorted them for $20,000. Also, Kid Cudi is tied in with the arson. Arson falls up under the RICO. Allegedly, Diddy told Cassie that I want Kid Cudi's friends to see his car blow up. And somebody went over there at 10:30 in the morning. And they went over there at 10:30 in the morning and they allegedly blew up Kid Cudi's car. So we'll have Kid Cudi come up there. He'll talk about, he won't know about the extortion, maybe Cassie told him, but he's going to be basically talking about any time that he ran into Diddy. Him and Cassie were supposed to be working. There was also a meeting where Kid Cudi and Diddy met up and Cassie was there. And Kid Cudi asked Diddy straight up, hey man, what's up with my car? Diddy deboed that nigga and said, what car? So that's the end of that, but I'm pretty sure they can expound on what else happened in that. Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be at Witnesses, what is it, 11 to, no, it'll be 12 to 17 tomorrow, or 12 to 18. That's what I want to think it is. No problem, man. You know, we got the Diddy trial every day. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the airport. So when I get to the airport, I'm not sure if did they say Kid Cudi's testifying after George? Oh, they just said he's expected to testify. So when I get to the airport, I'm gonna try to get on and do a live off of my phone. And then what we'll do is we'll cover the live. I mean, we'll cover whatever I went over, but it'll be short. Of course, it won't be as in depth as this because I'll be on my damn phone. Unless I can get my laptop out, but I ain't trying to really unpack all of that. But we definitely will get on here. It might be like a 30-minute live, and I'll just recap everything that they went over. Nah, this definitely ain't going no 8 to 10 weeks. Maybe a month at the most. But at this rate, they're going through 5, 6 witnesses a day. We didn't already did 11 witnesses, and they had 3 on the stand today. They're doing 6 tomorrow. Friday, they probably gonna do 3 or 4 at least. So shit, we're gonna see, man. I mean, again, guys, I personally don't care if he's found guilty or innocent. I'm here just updating you so you guys have something to listen to at work. I'm crossing my channel over from just TV and movie reviews. I want to just be able to cover all entertainment on here because sometimes I have down months where I don't have any shows. So definitely after this, because I halted everything on my channel. I'm not doing any reviews or anything else. I just been covering the Diddy trial on this channel and my other channel. I'm trying to get 1,000 subscribers over there. So before you leave, pin in the chat. It's the Mo You Know. You can go there. And what time is it? We got 5 hours today. Low key losing my voice. I got about 10, 20 minutes. We could do some free time. So if there's anything y'all want to talk about while we on here, we do have some free time. Oh man, this is wild. Also, well, I haven't did the scan. We got the Diddy vanity photo that we did today. If you're new, let me show you what we got. So just like the courtroom, every single day we do a sketch of Diddy. Here was our first sketch from May 14th. The first sketch of Diddy that we did. And as you can see, the talent is progressing. Every single time we getting better and better with it. So this is Diddy from last week. This is the first one we did. Diddy from May 15th. You know what I mean? This is the Diddy sketch from the 15th of May. Then we got the You Can Hate Me Now. The You Can Hate Me Now, but you can't stop now. Astro Glide for life. You know what I mean? Then we got the Vanity Diddy. Now, the Vanity Diddy, I'm not talking about Diddy when I say that this is special to me. Vanity Fair is it's a prestige magazine, and it is an honor for them to contact me. And they said, what we want you to do is take this iconic Diddy cover and recreate it for us. So we do have the Vanity Diddy. Yeah. The Vanity Diddy. The Vanity Diddy. These two right here. These two are in the run for the money right here. Now, if I can find an animator, we got the four Diddies. We got the cool Diddy. You know what I mean? We got the cool Diddy here. We got the business Diddy here. You know, this guy gets shit done. We got this one right here. This one right here called Playboy. This one right here called Playboy. They're Playboy. P-L-Y. That ain't how you spell play. How you spell Playboy? P-L-E-Y, play? Yeah, no. This is Playboy. P-L-E-H. Play boy. B-O-I. This is Playboy right here. Playboy get in the club. Playboy pop bottles of Astroglide. Playboy don't play. So this Playboy. P-L-E-H. Playboy. And then you got Vanity Diddy. Now this Diddy, you don't know what this Diddy is capable of. This Diddy is kind of a he, but we ain't confirmed it yet. But this is Vanity Diddy. You never know because he always walking around in the finest of silk. Now Vanity Diddy is also a creep because one thing what can you point out about this that none of the other Diddies got? And it's what makes him the scariest. The difference between this Diddy and the other three. What is the difference? The difference between Vanity Diddy and Playboy Diddy and Business Diddy and Cool Diddy. This Diddy don't wear glasses. This Diddy looks you in your eyes. This Diddy looks you in your eyes. That's the scary part. You never want to look Diddy in the eyes. But you look this nigga in, this is Vanity Diddy. I'm telling you, what were we talking about? Coke on a boat on a butt. That was Vanity Diddy. That was Vanity. You be careful. Cool Diddy. Business Diddy. Playboy Diddy. Vanity Diddy. The worst of them all. Coke on a boat on a butt. And it might be a male butt. Oh, we forgot. How can we forget Bad Boy for Life? We forgot about the Bad Boy for Life. What we gonna name this Diddy? Take that Diddy right there. What do you want? I want that over there. This is Take That Diddy. We forgot all about Take That Diddy. Take That Diddy. I forgot all about Take That Diddy. So those are our 5 characters right there. I don't know. This might be a little cool. Hey, I need anybody know an animator. Does anybody know an animator? Because I want to turn these into actual animations. And I want to do like some voiceovers for them. Does anyone know an animator? If you know an animator, let me know. It's not too expensive. I could do like 100 an episode. But yeah. These are high commodities. Watch. If Diddy beat that case, these are going to be worth something. If Diddy lose that case, these are going to be worth something. It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream. Cause this is Diddy. Vanity Diddy. He takes that oil, baby, and he rubs it. Oh! Yeah. Cause this is Diddy night, and no one's gonna save you from the beast about to strike. You know it's Diddy night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller. Oh, yo! Yeah. Yeah, it's Vanity Diddy. Oh. Mm-mm-mm. I wanna slide with you all night. Oil your back in the sunlight. I wanna slide with you all night. We're gonna freak the night away. Hey, Vanity Diddy is like, this nigga got theme songs. This nigga got everything. Oh man, what's Inner City? They got an update over here. Hold on, let me see something. Mhm. They told you, don't you ever slide around here. Don't want to see your oil, don't see that bottle. There's fire in the eyes, and the words are really clear. So oil, ooh. You better run, you better do what you can. Don't want to see no oil, don't be a macho man. You want to be tough, you gotta fight a STD, so beat it. But you want to be glistening, so oil it. No one wants to be your freak off, no. Show them how funky, strong is your fight. It doesn't matter. Oil in the night, just oil. I'm out to get you. Better do what you can. Better leave while you can. I got the oil can. Don't want to be a boy. You want to be a man. You want to stay alive. You better do what you can. You have to show Diddy you really not scared. You're playing with your life. This ain't no truth or dare. Oh man. All right, man. I'm out of here, man. I need to go pack. I need to fold up some clothes. Hopefully I entertained you guys. I like to do some singing. I didn't do any real singing throughout the live today. So I appreciate you guys for letting me get that little, that little interlude at the end of the night. Did I say interlude or interlude? No Diddy. Whatever I said, no Diddy. I can't remember. I don't know what I said. No Diddy. All right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. Like I said, tomorrow I'm gonna try to do a live from the airport. Hopefully I have time to go over some stuff. I definitely want to talk about Kid Cudi. So I'm gonna at least cover that. Excuse me. I'm gonna try to do that on the live, and then we'll go from there. We'll see how Friday goes. And when I land, Yeah, when I land, I'll probably do a live when I get to the room. Probably grab something to eat and do like a live there, but it might be late. We'll see. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. Make sure you subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know. The Discord is pinned in the chat. And if you'd like to support the channel, the Cash App's pinned in the chat also. I appreciate you guys. You guys be safe. It's Memorial Weekend. Don't drink and drive. Have a plan. Definitely stay safe. And we'll be back at it for sure on Monday. But I'm going to try to do something on Friday. But I'm going to be at the Coliseum. So I might try to do a live at the Coliseum. So stay tuned. But it'll be pretty early. But we'll see. Thank y'all. And, have a good night, man. Oh, yeah. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide. And that's appropriate for you, Diddy.
You can rap, but you can't hide.